scheduled stop from the 903 machine. Look how Yannick Redon's just checked out. Now he's got past the 909 Red Camels. He's off and up the road.
So at the front of the field, Charles Putman in the white, blue and red AMG GT3 by just over a lap is leading. Whilst we keep our eyes on that, let's go down to Redant and Bert Redant.
Bert is offering me a lie down on this massive cushion, but I daren't because I'll not be able to get back up. But that was a short stint for you.
Yeah, I was dead.
Why is that? Is that tactics?
No. It's me. I was...
Really? So you were goosed?
I was hallucinating, and in every corner I saw a beautiful woman, so I had to stop.
No, there's some beautiful women here. You weren't just seeing things.
But then not on the track.
Oh, wow, so the heat really affected you then?
Yeah, normally, before when I was a lot younger, that was never a problem, but this heat is really tough. So I leave it to the young ones.
Yeah, so you're cooling down now. Is that ice that I see? They've been putting ice on you?
I wish. It's like...
Oh, yeah. It's not, I know you're of a certain age, you've just cleared that, but that's ice, I'm sure.
Let's keep it on that.
Let's do that. Will you get a drive during the night after you've cooled off and rested?
Yeah, in the night when it's a lot cooler, like yesterday evening, I was 23, 24, then it's okay, but in this heat...
Thanks. I'll leave you back to your rest. That just proves it, doesn't it, boys? Now, Bert is he's a middle-aged chap, you know. He's the father of Ayrton and see what I mean? The heat's affecting my brain. I forgot the other driver. His other son. It just shows.
Yannick.
And it's Yannick. That's the one. It just shows, and you know what? That takes a little bit of courage, if you like, to actually admit defeat to the conditions and bring the car in before he lost control completely.
No, absolutely agree. But that is the sign. Thank you, Joe. That is the sign of somebody who is at one with what he's doing. Now, if you're in endurance racing and you're hitting your fuel numbers and you're hitting your lap times and your team manager says, right, can you do 5 more laps? You've got to be honest and say, yeah, have I got the fuel for 5 laps? Yeah, you've done your fuel numbers, you can do 5 more laps. I'll talk to you in 2 and find out how you're feeling. And then after 2 laps, if you go, well, actually, no, you've still got enough fuel for 5. Can you do 5? And when they say to you, can you do another 3? And you go, actually, no. You've got to be honest with them and yourself, because this is not just you're talking about. It's probably 2 or 3 other teammates. It's other people on the track, and you're letting your whole team down. You've got to be honest, Ben, with yourself about how you're feeling.
The tiniest mistake can put you in a barrier, put you in the gravel, cost the car, minimum 20, 30 minutes. So, and it might just be a lapse of concentration where you miss a braking point, you miss an apex. And I think that's going to be a feature of later into the night and maybe tomorrow morning as well, where we aren't in comfortable Belgian April temperatures where a lot of the drivers are obviously fit and they can just go on and on. This is, you were talking about it yesterday with when you were riding your motorbike and really just not being able to concentrate just simply because of the heat.
And you don't make good decisions at that point.
No, exactly. Yeah. Exactly, and you're piloting a vehicle that can do north of 160, 170 miles an hour, where you need to make split-second decisions, not to react to something that's happening ahead of you, to every apex, to every braking zone, to make sure you're correct. Oh, there was a car off the circuit there. Yeah, there is.
Slow-moving
TCR, Wolf Power.
That's a Wolf Power car. It's a 116. 2 cars very similar. This is David Lau.
I know. It's
that's the 188. That's the one. I thought it was AC. Just under the light on the left-hand side. 2 different shaped cars, of course. That's the earlier car. That's the earlier shaped car. And that has come to a halt. David Lau he's got it going. This is just at turn 5, exit at turn 5, heading up the hill to turn 6. Well, whatever the team told him to do, he's done, and it's running again. The AC moving again in that sort of dark purple and black car.
I think we saw them taking the MotoGP loop at turn 5. I think they shortened the circuit there.
Okay.
So they had some kind of a malady going into the turn, and then the car stopped. So we might see them come to the pits and get that car checked out from, you know, what's going on underneath the bonnet. They sit down in 17th overall, 5th in class. They're actually the last of the runners that haven't had a major issue, or a major pit visit, I should say. Any car below them has had a major pit visit.
But we've still got 17 hours to go, Ben. So, you know, into the pits for Red Ant.
No, 4 Red Ant, so that's the second of the 2.
They look great with that red light bar across the back of the 992s. It's become a Porsche thing, hasn't it? The completely lit rear end. Started with the Panamera, the second gen of the Panamera. Right to the end of the pit lane, pulls in to the little lighted disco sign that they've got there, and the team goes to work.
At least it's not too cluttered, the pit lane. It's
that's true.
Quite easy to spot where you need to be.
Jimmy Zabroika bringing the car in. Now, what's that going to do to that battle? That is the 3rd place car. So I'm right in saying I think that he starts the pit lane cycle for the top 3 in 992, doesn't he? He's the first one in, and then he's followed in by Yannick. Oh no, Yannick's only been in for 11 minutes, so who comes in next? It must be Fabian that comes in next. Yes, it is. So will Yannick go to the lead when Fabian pits? Yes, he will. Joe, you down there?
Yeah, I'm right with this car. It's taking a bit longer than it usually is. Has the other driver got in? I've got Jimmy DeBroiker standing at the side of the car. Yes, I have. Yeah, is it DeBroiker getting out?
It was. DeBroiker brought the car into the pit lane. Certainly.
Jimmy is staggered into the back wing of the car. That's how tricky these cars are to drive in these hot conditions. Now it's cooling off massively. Now there's a massive breeze that is just bringing the ambient down. But of course, these guys would have gotten in before the sun went down and it cooled off as much as it has. And that heat build-up just keeps on building. We'll give Jimmy a chance to get his helmet off and get his breath back. He was standing there, just overseeing the slotting in of the next driver. I'm not sure who's in the rotation. It might have been Gavin Pickering, I saw from the helmet, but I'm not going to hazard a guess. We'll get a word with Jimmy in a moment. In fact, let's see if he's okay at all. He really has been working hard. It's a proper workout. I mean, you know, you see people coming out of a gym after working out, and it's a proper workout these boys are going through.
Would you like to know what the half-time score at the Estadio Municipal de Albufeira is, by the way?
Obviously, yes.
Lugo 9 has put Sunderland 1-0 ahead against Glasgow Rangers. But as they've just come out for the second half, the floodlights have gone out.
No way.
So there's going to be a bit of a delay. I'll keep you up to.
All right. Jimmy's just getting his breath back. That's like being in the gym. Not the gym, Jimmy Broiker, but the gym GYM. That's a tough workout. Jimmy's still getting his breath back. You know, we call it I remember the term, the drivers are decompressing.
Yes.
And that was in reference to the Toyota drivers getting out of the hypercars at Le Mans. And, you know, this really is a decompress. Now Jimmy's just going to sort of debrief to his crew chief. He's shaking his head. He's coming round. I tell you, when he walked from the side of the car, he was being sort of, I didn't realise, but he was probably holding himself up on the car. And then when he went to walk away, he literally walked smack bang into the rear wing. Just, it's amazing what, you know, you've got to wear 3 layers of a 3-layer Normex fire suit. You're wearing, underneath that, you're wearing a layer of fireproof underwear, which they're not thin. It's not thin. It's thin-ish, but it's not thin. That's another layer to keep the heat in. And then you put your balaclava on, and then you put your helmet on. You okay, mate? You okay?
Now I'm okay.
It looked like you'd done, you know, like 3 hours in a gymnasium then. It looked like you'd been in the gymnasium.
Gymnasium.
Working out.
Oh, here is my Coca-Cola. Real sugar.
That's what you need.
It's the best of all.
It's very tough, Jimmy, in these hot conditions. It's cooling off now. Did you begin to notice how it was cooling off whilst you were driving around?
Drive number.
Yeah, while you were driving, did you notice it was getting cooler?
Because I very bad, I don't know.
All right, which ear do you want me to talk to you in? Did you notice from the driving seat how it was getting cooler?
Cooler?
Yeah, colder, not hot.
Yes, it's very hot. I take the start, it was too much. I came out and I was almost dead.
Yeah.
But now it's a lot better. I drove 1 hour 40 minutes. The fuel empty, but it's a lot better. It's hot, I'm tired, but it goes good.
Tyres good?
It's good.
Tyres were good?
Car is very good. Car is very good.
What will you do now? Will you get some sleep or?
No, now I'm gonna eat something, I'm gonna take a douche, and then maybe I'm gonna sleep 1 hour, and then I'll come back.
Okay, thanks, Jimmy. I'll leave you to decompress, as they say in Toyota land.
Take a douche is a shower.
Yeah. I think that's a very good idea. Or jump in the swimming pool.
Be nice. There was a yellow flag here at turn 5 a few moments ago, but there was no sign of any stationary vehicle. So it's gone back to green now. We're all good. I'm just trying to see if we might have had somebody lurking around there for a little bit. But it doesn't look like anyone had a particularly slow sector 2. So a bit of a mystery, that one.
It's Ben Constantinos with May John Hindhaugh in the booth. Joe Bradley down in the pits. Diana Binks, the 4th member of our happy band, just decompressing, to use Bradley's words. At RSL_studio, if you'd like to get in touch with us.
David Alcock tweets us saying the AC Motorsport TCR 188 looked like it was spraying something from the rear right behind the rear wheel. Brake line issue, water, no, fuel.
Yes.
Strangely, it's an overfill of the fuel. Happens for the first lap or two. Each time that Audi comes out onto the circuit, remarkable.
Left-handers only, isn't it?
And it's left-handers only, yeah. So it is when the fuel kind of sloshes.
It's a trait of that original version of the car, isn't it?
Yeah. We've seen quite a lot of it. And it does happen with the original Cupra as well.
Yes, that's true. Good spot, Div.
We actually, Joe and I got excited last night about it in night practice, and was soon corrected that it was nothing to be excited about.
22 running again, so the issue with the recalcitrant shift on the gearbox, Daniel Kalvitz not having the problem for WTM and their Ferrari, but they have dropped away now, and in 3rd position, down on 209 laps. The 2 leaders now back on the lead lap because Charles Putman has brought the CP Racing Mercedes, the leading car, into the pits. It's already gone past its pit and through into, or passed by its pit, probably been serviced and gone through to fuel. So Sven Herberger now back in the lead of the race. Joe Bradley is down at Red Camel, leading the Porsche 992 Cup class and in 4th place overall. Fabian Dance came into the pit lane.
There's an element of being dynamic about the pit stop here at Red Camel. They know that this 992 class is going to be very, very close. And when you see a team that has choreographed its pit stops and goes about that choreographed pattern of how they do that in a very efficient way. The car was down off the jacks in a moment, the way that the driver exchange takes place. The driver, you know, he doesn't just walk around the back of the car, he literally sprints around the back of the car. And I think that was Luke Breukers getting in. Fabian, that would have been the rotation. Fabian Dance's out of the car. Let's see how he is decompressing. Yes, there's no doubt about it. You know, these guys are getting out of these cars and they have been working hard, just getting a drink of water now. And yeah, being told, good job, mate. Good job, mate, Fabian. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling very well. Temperature is really, really good. It's 10 degrees out of my comfort zone, but it's still okay.
It's getting to be very intense, the 992 battle.
Yeah, it's really tough. If you cannot open the window in this Porsche, that's really, really hard.
I bet you're driving along thinking, if only I could open the window, I could breathe.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, it's the only thing that comes is hot air through a tube. So that's not so good. But yeah, we paid for it. We drive it.
Well, yes. I mean, you know, this is your hobby. Remember, this is what you do.
Yeah, I do it because I want to do it. Nobody says I have to. Yeah.
It's Fabian. It's a challenge. You know, endurance racing is a challenge. Sharing the car with your teammates. Is that Luke who took over there? Luke Breukers out in the car.
Yeah, it's Luke in the car now. Yeah.
Thanks, Fabian. I'll leave you to it. I'm sure he'll want to cool down rather than talk to me anymore, boys.
Thank you, Joe. Good evening to the man, the myth, the legend that is Dave Goddard, two-wheel commentator extraordinaire over in Staffordshire in the UK. Same time as it is here, so what's that, 9:15 for you, Dave? Thank you for tuning in. Not sure whether you're watching and listening or just listening on RS1. Those of you who are listening, wherever you are in the world, you can watch as well. We've got the World TV feed on radio-show.co.uk with the trackside commentary from Radio Show Limited. It's also, there's live timing on 24hseries.com. And of course, if you've got a smart TV and you want to put it on your television and sit down with a beverage at this time of the evening if you're in Europe, YouTube is the place to go. Watch out for the 24-hour channel, 24-hour series channel, and put that up on your smart telly. And various other syndications as well. The main thing to remember is that there's no subscription required for this. It's absolutely free, as are all of the Hankook 24-hour series races. Particular hello to anyone who's watching in the US. A couple of US teams here and interest. Neil Verhagen driving for the BMW project team. The concept car, still third in GTX, and it's Jörg Wiedlinger behind the wheel at the moment. It's multi-country effort from that. It's an international effort from the drivers. An Irishman, an American and a German, giving that car a good shakedown, and it's acquitting itself very well at the moment, that new GT4 concept. First time it's been seen. Jörg just going across the line in front of me, right behind him, Daniel Alleman for Herbert Motorsport as they head down towards turn one. The other side of the circuit, the 720, the black Lamborghini. It's the Evo version of the car that we've seen racing in Super Trofeo this year. Changed aero package, more efficient aero into the car, into the engine bay, and restyled rear wing, giving it a little more stability through the corners we were hearing from the drivers early on. Last vestiges of orange in the sky off to the west. Beautiful sunsets here. There's literally not been a cloud in the sky since we landed at lunchtime on Thursday. It's been absolutely fantastic.
Oh, I do love this place. Came to Portimao for the first time in 2011. The early days of this circuit, great kart track. Got a chance to do a Day with 100 national around the kart
nice.
track.
Little two-stroke, single gear.
Oh, yes. Then a few years later, I sailed here in the winter.
Very nice.
Yeah, to Portimao for a night. And many a 24-hour race and a World Touring Car race since. Including the famous year where Alain Menu dressed up as Michel Vaillant and participated as Michel Vaillant in the first couple of practice sessions until the FIA turned around and said, you cannot drive as somebody else. You have to drive as Alain Menu. We can't have the timing screens and the side of the car. Everything said Michel Vaillant because he was pretending to be Michel Vaillant.
Was that for some kind of movie or something like that?
For just promoting the return of Michel Vaillant, which is a cartoon, a French-Belgian cartoon, and he's effectively the Popeye of car racing, and he goes and wins Le Mans and the Monaco Grand Prix and does all these things. And it was celebrating this. Alain Menu dyed his hair black.
Did he really?
The Chevrolet Cruze was in the Vaillant colours.
I remember that.
Even the truck, RML truck, they did one truck in the Vaillant colours.
Why don't I remember that? That's my local team.
Well, it was.
I used to work for Rear.
It's World Touring Cars.
They did it at Le Mans as well, of course. With Bob Burridge put a car in the Vaillant colours.
Yeah, and more recently TDS as well.
Yes, yeah.
But it was very funny that the first couple of practice sessions, Michel Vaillant came up on the timing screens, and then by qualifying, Alain Menu reappeared. The FIA were not having any fun, but Google it. It's an interesting one.
Very good.
Oh, what moon do we have tonight?
Same moon.
Gibbous. Waning Gibbous.
Gibbous.
No.
Gibbous.
Was it waning or was it?
Oh, no, it's waxing.
It's waxing.
It's growing, yes.
Waxing gibbous.
Yeah.
But the luminosity is 80%, whereas yesterday it was 66%.
Yeah, it's a full moon here, I think on Tuesday.
Okay.
I think I looked it up.
That works quite nice because I imagine it would be a lot harder if we came here 1 week earlier, if we came here on the first weekend of July, when we, with a new moon, we would have really struggled with lights. There is a bit of light in the paddock area, but there is not very much light around the circuit. We are reliant upon the moon, although it wasn't really providing much light, was it?
No.
Pit people. Pit stop coming.
It's only a pit person.
No, because there's more than one in the pits. Lestrop is still in the pits, now been for 50 minutes.
I think we talked to our pit person.
Oh no, yes, there is a pit person, but the people who are in the pits still, unfortunately, ACP are back in the pits, trying to fix that BMW M4 issues. It's been an hour since the Vortex was last seen out on circuit, so they're still trying to work out the cooling issues with their new front end, having destroyed the original one, put a new one on, and it wasn't cooling the car the same as the first one was. And then ID Racing with a gearbox, overheating gearbox issue, 2.5 hours in the pits now. Haven't seen them out for that period of time, but maybe they could go back out now and not have the same issues. It isn't quite the temperature that was in the middle of the day, but unfortunately by the time we get back to checkered flag, 2 o'clock local time tomorrow, we'll be back into super high temperatures again. We might see some last minute drama when the temperature pushes the cars to the limit once more.
Not sure where Alan Prosser is at the moment. He's in the world. He's out and about with George the dog, giving the dog his W. And beautiful shot of the moon from Alan and George as well. And I for some reason, Alan, and I apologise for this, I never remember where you are in the country in the UK, but your shot of the moon is an absolute quality one. Yeah,
we will arrive at that later, Alan. You were with us last night, so you saw our first attempt. A couple of the cameramen are off having their breaks at the moment. Just popped my head into the studio, into gallery. Of course, all those cameramen out on circuit need to have their breaks as well as us and the guys in the pit lane. Yeah. Unfortunately, quite a lot of the cameramen operating the onboard cameras seem to be off as well. There's quite a There's quite a few of the onboard cameras not seemingly working.
Let's go down to Joe Bradley for a bit of good news. Quite often it seems that when we talk to the pits, it's always just stories of doom and gloom. Let's have a bit of good news, Joseph.
Well, it's always tales of woe, isn't it? That's why cars come into the pits, because they don't come into the pits when there's, you don't get a driver coming into the pits and they open the door and they go, what's wrong? And he goes, oh, I think I just thought I'd pop in to say hello, kind of. You'd give him a slap, wouldn't you? The good news story that John refers to is the 701. That is the Vortex V8 that is being pushed back out onto the apron. They've had a lot of work gone on with this car, and I think fingers and toes crossed, boys, because I think the problem's been in the electrical area of the car. Remember, they had a problem with electrics regarding fueling issues earlier. Then they had the shunt, and so it's been in its slot. You boys will be able to tell me, you've got that data in front of you, just how long it's been in this garage, and it's a chunk of time.
It's over an hour this stop, yeah.
It absolutely is. You know what? There's no urgency. They know they've lost any chance of contention. And you know what? I would disagree with that attitude if that's what they're thinking. And I'm just speculating. They are, of course, because they're just taking their time, putting the driver in, strapping him in. 17 hours to go, just under 17 hours now, isn't it? And I mean, we're 5 hours away from half distance.
Well done, Bradley.
Think about that.
Is that your pep talk to the team?
Yeah. That pep talk is, guys. You know what? If we can just go round and round now for another 17 hours, we can pull all this back. Because you know what? People are going to have problems. And you know what? We talk about the heat. We talk about what can happen to cars. And basically, let's not forget, it's just nuts and bolts and bits of metal that we're talking about. When it cools off, that can have an effect as well. And it can affect, adversely affect things in mechanics and electrics, and condensation can appear, especially with aircon units and stuff. You can have water created in there and drilling on the electrics. It's still a long, long way to go. Doors are getting shut now on the 701. That's the passenger door shut, so I'm just waiting for, I'm not really sure what the delay is here. It's not a time pit stop, is it, boys? Not waiting for an hour and a half, are you?
No.
We're just waiting for the fire up, and then this car will be back underway.
Thank you, Joe.
If it turns around and goes downhill, I'll let you know.
Thank you. A lot of fans of the Vortex. I think from what we were saying earlier on, Ben was saying that sense of adventure. Still no sign of any play in the second half down the coast at Albufeira in the municipal stadium. I'm not sure that he's going to resume that game. Looks like there's been a complete failure of the power in the hall of the ground. 11 o'clock on Tuesday, 11 a.m. on Tuesday against AS Roma. Can you imagine playing a football match at 11 a.m. today? That would have been ridiculous. They did have a drinks break halfway through the first half between Glasgow Rangers and Sunderland AFC, just down the coast. And no, that's not why Joe and I are here.
Are you sure? Looking at the drive time for Santalok, we saw Nicolas Bart start that car. He did 2:23 lap stints. We then got Christian Kelders into the car, whose average lap time was quite a lot less than Nicolas Bart. Then we had Olivier Estevez in the car, who then had this shunt after 19 laps. Then we had Simon Gachet in the car. We've gone back to Christian Kelders. Now, according to my entry list, where is my entry list? I should have had that open. Here it is. Yeah, first page. Lucas Legre should be part of that team, and I'm pretty sure we saw Lucas Legre in qualifying. So, as yet, poor old Lucas has been kicking his heels today because they didn't do warm-up. Few people did warm-up, and he hasn't got a chance yet to get into that car with the second stint of the race going to Christian Kelders, who is the AM. Now, I wonder whether they're doing something they're kind of heavily involving their AM, Santalok, in the sense that they used both their AMs in qualifying as well, when they didn't need to. I wonder whether we are seeing them getting their AMs out of the way today, so that Santalok car will have more pace tomorrow, or maybe it just doesn't matter because of the contact with the barriers. Now that they're down in 20th position, they're 50 odd laps off the lead of the race. It doesn't matter, but it's curious that Lucas Legre hasn't got into that car so far.
If it can happen to them, it can happen to someone else, I suppose, is the thing to think about. Where they're still sitting in third in class. I'm sure they'd like to do a little better than that in the overall. They have got the pace. Last time round, what was that? What does that say, Ben? 48?
49.4 is the last lap.
Okay.
Where Christian Kilders is one of the AMs, and his average wasn't mighty last time, not in comparison to the semi-pros that he has sharing the car with. I just find it odd that we saw Nicolas Bart at the start of the race, very, very strong drive. I'm not sure Jean-Marc is listening right now, but he was listening earlier. Gave me a message, says, "I'm listening. Daddy is listening."
Very good.
Whilst he was waiting for the Spa 25 hours to start. And as I say, we've got one stint from Simon Gachet now in the books, but no Lucas.
Just so you can plan whether you're here in Europe or further afield, and particularly for those of you, I mentioned the States and Canada earlier on, 5 hours behind local time here, if you're on the east coast of North America. We'll carry on our coverage till 0100 Sunday morning. So what are we, 9:30 now? So 4.5 hours still to go from us. Then we'll break till 8 o'clock on Sunday morning. It'll be full light by then. But particularly for those of you in the US who might have missed it earlier on, Johnny Palmer, our voice of the WEC, once we stop our radio coverage here, there will still be on the YouTube and on the streaming video, there'll still be a selection of cameras and onboards throughout the night. For those of you listening on RS1, a replay of the WEC qualifying from Monza with Johnny Palmer and the return to World Championship. In fact, the debut in the World Championship, the FIA World Championship, World Endurance Championship for Peugeot with their 9x8, their 72, and the qualifying coming up with Johnny once we're finished here at 0100 Portuguese time, which is the same time as the UK. If you go to radio-show.co.uk and scroll down to the bottom of the page, you can see our broadcast schedule, and it will automatically convert to your browser time. And if there's a little TV icon next to it, that means there's pictures for you to watch as well. Now, Ben is peering. He's begun to take interest with 16.5 hours still to go in something that he's watching. That was the 909.
I'm looking at the rear
Red
end
Camel.
of the 909.
Yeah.
Because it has a central exhaust, and we can see that central exhaust glowing and splitting a bit. There is
Two
also
pipes, yeah.
2 pipes, but only one really, from what we can see, is glowing. But there's also another circular glow just from the left-hand side, not from the right. But as it goes away, you will get a chance to see. It might just be that's not brakes. Is that the brake disc, and we're just seeing it through
but
a hole in the bodywork?
But it's only the left rear.
Yeah.
That if that is the case, that you're looking at the back of it. I don't think you are. We are. I don't think that's the brake disc. Well, there is a little residual glow there.
We've got glow from the discs, but
from
it just,
the rear discs, yeah.
It seems to be...
Luke's working those pretty hard.
It seems to be quite bright.
It could be the rest of the exhaust underneath. You've got to remember, you've got the engine pretty close to the back of that. And those two... well, if it is, that is very hot indeed.
It's glowing hotter than the exhaust is.
Yeah, that's... do you know what I think's happened? I think there's a problem with the exhaust, because the exhaust is a bit like a big boom box on the back of a Porsche. So you've got the two little pipes that come out the back that you can see. Behind that there's an expansion box and a muffler. And I think the fact that the left hand of the two tailpipes is not glowing, but the left-hand underside of the car is, that there's something not quite right. Either the left-hand bank is fueling different on the flat six, or there's something that isn't maybe connected right. Maybe something's rattled loose, and it's getting a different heat soak through there, because that is very, very red indeed. And when that car stops, that's the heat soak from that is going to be quite substantial.
And it's going to be redder because it's hotter, because it hasn't travelled as far as the right bank to get to the end of the exhaust.
Exactly so.
Yeah. Oh, well, maybe they didn't realise they had a little issue, but maybe we've just discovered one. Or maybe it's not an issue at all and we're just seeing the brake disc, but it is very, 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 very bright.
And it is noticeable because it's so dark out there. It is also noticeable that that Porsche 992 Cup car is using more rear brake than the other cars. Now, that said, that's a naturally aspirated version of that car. So there's no turbos on that car. If that was the 2.9 twin turbo that, for example, the 992 GTS has, producing a paltry 485 horsepower instead of the 507 that normally aspirated version had, that's where the turbos are, right behind the back wheels.
Okay.
Which really heats up the back tyres very, very, very quickly. But that's an odd one, because as I say, that's a normally aspirated car.
As you say, that four wheels glowing, four brake discs glowing, with the Audi that we were following a few moments ago, just the fronts glowing and not so much from the rear end. A great indication, something you don't see in the daytime, but you get a real feeling in the night for how much the brakes are working on each of the individual cars. The brakes are tiny on the back of a TCR car. I've got better brakes on my downhill mountain bike than the rear brakes on a TCR car. So they don't really do anything. They're not really there for much. And so they don't need to be that big. And therefore they do glow because they're tiny.
Robert Jewell is sitting, eating Stilton, drinking port, having watched the Nürburgring today, now sitting down watching the Creventic Hankook 24-hour series. That sounds like he's had a good day.
What a lovely pastime.
Very, very dark.
Yeah, it is. There's a little bit. There's a bit of light coming from where the sun's set still, but if you focus anywhere else, it is full-on black. And we've got a bit of gain on our cameras to help you see.
Oh, that get you getting all technical.
Well, you get a grain on the picture.
Yeah.
And so some broadcasters don't like to do that, others don't.
I'm now looking at some enhanced pictures from Alan on the screen grab of this glow at the back of that.
I mean, it is very close to the position of the rear disc, but it's too bright.
It's too far inboard as well.
Okay.
I mean, that would be right there, wouldn't it? It would be right on the... Okay, that's the better one.
Maybe Bradley can go down and find out if they have any ideas.
He's already done that.
Of course he
Bradley,
has.
what's the news from down at Red Camels?
They've got a damaged rear bumper, and you shouldn't really be able to see into that, but it is the cat at the back. It's basically the exhaust.
Yeah.
But the worry is, it shouldn't really be glowing as hot as that.
No. So they've had... So, right, okay, so you're saying they've had damage, Joe, at the back?
There's some sort of hole that they're going to check next time.
So has someone run into them, do you think?
There was
Possibly.
a puncture, didn't they have earlier on?
Oh, yes.
It's been like that for 3 stints, though, so they're not that worried about it.
Yes, but we've only noticed it when it's dark.
When it's dark, obviously, yeah. What they are worried about is why it's glowing so brightly.
But well, I'll tell you why. Because I think what's happened is the puncture that they had on the left rear has moved the exhaust. It's moved the exhaust box, the expansion box, and that's what's caused the issue.
Yeah, they're monitoring it.
Yeah.
They weren't very kind of keen to discuss it much because they don't want to give away any kind of weakness, do they? By the way, boys, who's just brought in the 165? The Malaysian.
165 was Melvin Moore.
Right.
And that is the Viper Nisa Racing.
That's right, the Viper Nisa Racing Cupra. Have we spoken to Melvin yet?
Let me just check my list, Joe. Give me 2 seconds.
Doesn't mean you can't talk to him again.
We've not spoken to anybody at Viper Nisa Racing this
I'm
race.
Speak to Melvin.
That is actually one of the few teams that we haven't spoken to anyone.
How are you feeling, having just got out of the car? You feeling okay?
Yeah, it was okay. I know we're supposed to run a bit longer, but there are some issues with the front left tire, so decided to pit in early and change the tires.
How bad was the tire? Was it not turning?
There's a lot of vibrations now. We need to check on the tire, because we already had 2 punctures today. So just to be safe, just to pit in early and make sure that we can bring the car home safely.
How fast is everyone driving out there? Is it like a sprint race, or is everybody taking it easy?
Based on the situation we have currently, we are, I would say, taking it a little bit easy, not pushing maximum. At the end of the day, it's an endurance race, 24 hours, so it's more about bringing the car home now.
Yep. These hot conditions, coming from Malaysia, this is just like a normal summer for you boys.
It is, but it's been 2.5 years since the team has been racing due to COVID.
Yes.
It's still tough out there in the afternoon. Definitely sweating a lot now.
It's great to see a team from Malaysia coming over and racing once again. It must have been everyone must be so keen to get back.
Yeah, definitely, man. We were so eager. As I said, it was 2.5 years ago. So. We were definitely very excited coming here, and now just hopefully we finish the race and hopefully get a good result.
And are you planning to be here at Barcelona? Are you planning on racing with us in Barcelona?
Sorry?
Are you planning on racing in Barcelona as well?
Hopefully. It really depends on the team, but quite good chances we will be there.
Excellent. I hope so. Great stuff. I'll let you cool off and get some rest. That car is back out. So as we've suspected, gentlemen, the left front is taking a hammering on these TCR cars, and as the wheel comes in, the wheel with the tyre, I'm not surprised he was having problems with that. It's delaminated. The inside edge is basically delaminated, and it was about to deflate that in a big way. That's down to it's about, let me describe, about a couple of centimetres of the inside edge of the tyre is down to the canvas. Ooh. And it's slowly delaminating as it gets to the middle of the tread where there is still rubber. That looks like a slick tyre from the middle of the tread to the outside edge.
Yeah, so that's where. So that's...
Yes, maybe a little bit too aggressive on the camber there, boys.
What was the... what have they done in terms of laps on those tyres then? Let's have a quick look at the strategy. We need to go to 165, who's not on my list. Now we go down. So it was a long stop for them. 33 laps, so 1 hour and 5 on that last stint. I would say that's not quite enough, really, because the Cupras that are leading, BBR guys, are doing 1 hour and a half when they want. And so I'm not sure Viper Nice have got quite the correct setup to get those tyres working as they should.
Great opportunity for us at the moment with the race proceeding along nicely. Just remind you that Sven Herberg has just got across the line leading for Phoenix Racing by just over a lap to CP Racing. Charles Esplanade in second, Daniel Kylevitz for WTM is another couple or 3 laps further back in third. Hello to Lauren, who's tweeted in at RSL_studio. Wants to talk about racetrack circuit direction, clockwise versus anti-clockwise. Does it affect drivers, or doesn't it matter? It does matter, actually, Ben. Most tracks that we race on would have been clockwise,
yep.
Right-handed circuits.
Yep.
And when you do a left-handed circuit, all right, neither Ben or I have driven super high downforce cars, but you hear particularly single-seater drivers, prototype drivers as well, and to a certain extent some of the bigger and faster GT cars, that it's harder on your neck if you go in the opposite direction.
It's a physical thing, yeah, when you're so used to going one way round and having the majority of the G's on one side of your body to then, for instance, Kota being anti-clockwise.
Well done.
Suddenly you go, or counterclockwise. That's another way of putting it, isn't it?
Well, yeah,
and then, and so you then have, just simply by the experiences of driving at mostly clockwise circuits, you suddenly then experience more fatigue in the anti-clockwise. You look at a Formula One calendar, and there are 4 or 5 out of 23 circuits that they're anti-clockwise. So a Formula One driver will naturally be developing muscles on one side as much more than the other. Not that they're totally lopsided, but when they do feel it when they go the opposite direction.
Motorcyclists the same, by the way. Some motorcyclists like anti-clockwise circuits. Marc Marquez was the king of the Saxon ring until recently. Obviously, he didn't race there this year.
Left-handed versus right-handed?
Really interesting. I mean, latterly as well, of course, he's had injury on his right-hand side, so he was always going to be better on that side of the circuit.
There was another thing also with the majority of driving positions being left-hand drive cars.
Yes.
You are with a majority of right-hand corners. You're looking across the car, and therefore it's easier to spot apexes than sitting when you're on the left-hand side. The apexes are closer to you, but you've got more kind of
things in the way,
stuff in the way to not be able to spot apexes. So there's also that consideration. Some people like be closer to the apex, others like the view of the apex, and so
I drove a, let me see, which way was it around? I drove a left-hand drive Aston in the 24 hours at Kota, which was a left-handed circuit. Is that right? I was on the right-hand side of that car. No, I was on the left-hand side of that car. Absolutely I was, because I remember getting out straight into the pits. I hadn't thought of that. That's quite interesting.
Yeah, it changes your view, that's for sure.
The only really major downforce cars that I've raced, really the only big downforce car that I've raced is the Radical SR3, which I did at Donington on the national circuit. And I did 2.5 hours of racing over a weekend there. But I'm fortunate because I ride a motorbike, and I ride a motorbike for a long time, so I'm used to having a far heavier helmet on my head when I ride my motorbike, albeit you're not putting the same stress through it, but in terms of having a helmet on, my head didn't fall over. Everybody said, your head will fall over. It didn't find that at all. It was much harder on my upper arms and my body because it's a downforce car with no power steering, and you were really having to muscle the car through some of those higher speed corners. So good question that, Lauren, thank you for that. Kota is a left-handed circuit, as a couple of people have pointed out. Most of the circuits that we do, the road courses in the States, are right-handed. The Indy Road Circuit is right-handed. Sebring, there's a bit of both really, because turn 1 is a really fast left-hander, but then you've got a lot of right-handers to get back round. Daytona, Daytona's left-handed, of course.
That's anti-clockwise,
because you go in the oval direction, but even though you're using the infield circuit, so there's a lot of left-handed high-speed circuits. Just going through the IMSA calendar. Long Beach is right-handed. Where do we go after Long Beach? Detroit, right-handed. Watkins Glen, right-handed. Canadian Time Motorsport Park, right-handed. Lime Rock Park, very right-handed. It's almost like a small oval, to be honest. VIR, right-handed. Petit Le Mans at Road Atlanta, right-handed. So most of the road circuits in the States, not the ovals, of course. If you're racing on ovals, that is a left-handed circuit. Good one, that. Jerry Z, remember when I drove a right-hand drive I-35, I needed to adjust to having the seat on the wrong side. It's a challenge to see some of the corners because of the A-pillar. And it changes your perception of where you are on the road. We're quite fortunate because we live in the UK, we drive right-hand drive cars. Sometimes I drive right-hand drive cars in the continent where we're on the wrong side of the road. I did used to have quite a long time, nearly for 3 years, I had a left-hand drive car in the UK. and then we drive in the States, left-hand drive cars. Hire cars here are left-hand drive cars.
I found it really weird living in France for a multitude of reasons, but for one,
But in the context of Lauren's question,
in the context of Lauren's question, when living in the UK but travelling a lot for work, at home you're driving a right-hand drive car, and then every other weekend when you go away for an event, you're in a left-hand drive car, and so you actually end up developing the ability to do both quite easily. Now living in France and going to different events and driving a left-hand drive car, I'm very not used to going into the UK and going back to right-hand drive, and I find that adjustment quite odd. Whereas I used to never have a problem with jumping from one to the other. It's just that, there's much more going on from moving around Europe.
Emir Derfel says all velodromes, which are bicycle ovals basically, are ridden anti-clockwise. I remember being told that if you went the other way, it does weird thing to your blood circulation, but that's a 250-metre lap raced at 50 kilometres an hour plus. I can understand why. Joe Bradley, LMP3 cars are all, are they all right-hand drive now? Right-hand side of the cockpit?
So our good friend GM Lippman, who is, rumour has it, going to make a reappearance at Barcelona, but we'll leave that to him and Sport 21 sorting that. He's asking why are LMP3 cars right-hand drive? And before you answer that, boys, going clockwise on a roundabout was always called the sick way when I was a kid. You always went left. You always went counterclockwise on a roundabout. You know, there's little park things that you used to buzz around and kids would fly off and break legs and stuff.
Oh, you mean like a round? You mean a kiddie's ride roundabout? I was thinking,
not like a carousel on a fairground.
No. I was thinking that you meant a traffic circle type roundabout. I'm thinking, no, you go clockwise round a roundabout in the UK.
I mean the kids park roundabout.
Right. Okay.
When anybody pushed it clockwise, you would call it, you're pushing us the sick way, and it would make you sick. So that's what the velodrome thing's all about, I think.
Is that left-hand side and right-hand side of your brain thing?
Must be.
Phil Anson adds, in the UAE, Debray is clockwise, Yas anti-clockwise. In Asian Le Mans Series drivers who race them within a week of each other do feel the difference.
Wow.
Yeah, good call, Phil.
Maybe Phil can answer why LMP3 cars are right-hand drive, because they're majority built in Europe.
But the Audi R8 was right-hand drive.
Oh.
If I remember, the original Audi R8 LMP1 car.
Surely designed specifically for Le Mans. So is that a Le Mans specific? You'd rather be there than the other side of the car thing.
I've said that now, and I'm now doubting myself.
I know why single-seaters always had the gear lever on the right.
No, sorry, the Audi R8 was left-hand drive. So they must have swapped it over.
Joe, you were talking about single-seaters and gear sticks?
Yeah, you know why your single-seater has the gear lever on the right?
No.
It's to do with the linkage going back to the Hewland gearbox.
Yes,
probably.
correct.
Okay.
Which was
Ford GT40 as well.
Upturned Volkswagen gearbox. That's how it started off life when they created Formula Fords and stuff. And the mechanism to change gear, which ran underneath, on the bottom part of the gearbox on the Volkswagen, whatever it came out of, but when you plunked it in a race car, you turned it over and it ended up on the right-hand side. That's where the link is.
Why does JM Lippman think that we would know about
Because we're the font of all knowledge.
Yes, we do cover a few LMP3 races.
I know, but he probably knows just as well as we do.
I don't know why he's asking him. I think, knowing GM, he's probably putting a deal together while we speak.
So the open top Audis, the R8, the R10, and the R15, I reckon were all left-hand drive.
Which makes sense. All rally cars are left-hand drive.
But I've got a feeling that the closed top car was right-hand drive. I knew one of the Audis was right-hand drive, and I don't know. We asked this question ages ago. Right, there's a testing. Yes, it is. So I honestly don't know. Maybe something to do with the packaging and the waste distribution. Effectively, that's why the right-hand gear shift that Joe was talking about there. And Joe, the Ford GT40, the original 1960s, the car that was developed from the Lola, Eric Broadley's Lola Mark IV, that was a right-hand drive car with a right-hand drive gear shift effectively in the sill. And again, that must have been for packaging.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter these days because everything's paddle shift, so everything's down the middle. And while we're waxing lyrical about gearbox, lever designs and right-hand drive and left-hand drive, the leader is in. You might just want to monitor that. It's going to have it's having a driver change.
Herberger out. Who's getting in, Joe?
Couldn't see him, too far away.
35 laps done, so this is a pretty much scheduled stop. They might have been able to go a little bit longer. Pierre Caffer did 1 hour and 10, so 40 laps. Herberger's only done 35 laps, but no such worries for the moment for those guys. They've got a healthy advantage over CP Racing. Maybe, and it's not quite. I think it was just over 2 laps actually when they came in. The advantage between the two. We're going to hear from Diana Binks for the next couple of hours as Joe takes a break. No, I know Joe's not taking a break, is he? He's coming up here.
Correct.
I think.
Yeah.
Wunderbar. 8 hours gone, 16 remaining.
Yeah.
Long time since the last Code 60.
Oh, I can't believe you've said that. Hashtag blame Consti.
No, I don't mind a Code 60 to spice things up. It's okay.
Who would it help now if there was a Code 60 there?
I don't know that. I think we're owed quite a few pit stops. 85 has managed to get themselves. They obviously went long. The last Code 60, they pitted the same time as the Audi, but Doppelmayr only didn't do a full stint.
No.
So that's then put the Phoenix Audi off schedule with CP. And actually, because we saw that issue with the Ferrari, which was a gear selection issue, wasn't it?
Stuck in third, wasn't it?
Yeah, they fixed it very quickly. They ended up back onto the same schedule of pit stops as Phoenix.
Ooh.
So now CP's out of sync with the others.
Dan Layton, great anti-clockwise road circuit. WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, and I missed that one out of my run down through IMSA. So excellent pickup. So we can add that to the Daytona road course and the oval, of course, and the Circuit of the Americas.
And all the ovals are
left-handed.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. There isn't any right-hand ovals.
No. Hallett is designed to be run either way. Look that one up. I've done an oval race clockwise, but that was in a 3-wheeled Reliant Robin. And the reason that you did it clockwise was because you were sitting on the right of the car, and it was meant to keep the inside wheel on the ground. It never did. You were still up on 2 wheels, and at some stage, actually up on 1 wheel. If you weren't careful, if you got it too far over, the bodywork fouled the ground, and the front wheel, which was in the middle, actually didn't steer anymore. So you had to sort of feather it. Only brakes on the back as well, like a kart. Yeah. It was really, really interesting to drive. So left foot brake. Rather annoyingly, I found I was quite good at it, but it was a bit like, it reminded me of racing a 3-wheeled and much quicker and more powerful lawnmower, which I did some lawnmower racing in my youth, and that was very 2-wheeled as well.
Oh yes.
And you move around on that like you would on a motorcycle or a motorcycle and sidecar.
How many 24-hour? You did the 25-hour, didn't you?
I did the Wisborough Green 25, yeah.
Just the once. You didn't do any more 12s.
No, I did the 25 on that year, and I think I did the 12 the next couple of years.
Okay.
I managed to get me a picture in GQ magazine for doing that. I'm on 2 wheels going around the corner, and the cameraman on a bill, and I literally almost took his head off as I went through.
My most successful YouTube video is myself, Colin Furze, the very famous inventor, and Jack Clark, not the Sunderland footballer, doing a 12-hour race. I think it's got 500,000 views now. Not anything to do with Jack Clark or myself. No. All to do with Colin Furze, but we had a good fun. And actually, the programme has debuted on Motors TV on New Year's Eve.
Excellent.
Frederic Vigier gave us a brilliant slot.
Dave Goddard says, where did you race a Reliant? I never knew about that. Was the racing car show as part of the indoor racing with the Reliant Racing Club, and I did that a couple of days, and it was many years ago up at the NEC, and it was great fun. All right, we have gone over another hour of racing. Let's have a look at the GTs. It is at the front of the field, CP Racing from Phoenix, from WTM, 3 different manufacturers in the top 3. The best of the 992s is in 4th, so the top 4 are all class leaders, being GT3, Am, Pro Am, GT3 and 992. Red Camel have Red Ants 2nd and 3rd behind them in 5th and 6th overall in GT. Then Leipert, then RD Signs. They're disputing the GTX category. Behind them, Herberth in division. This is in division, remember. We have 2 separate races going on here. They are in class 2nd. 3rd for the BMW in GTX at the moment for Dan Harper, Max Hesse, Neil Verhagen and Jörg Weidinger. Then Ram Racing leading GT4 ahead of Lion Speed. Now what's the gap between those two? They are separated by 2 minutes and 38 seconds, and that's because Ram Racing are in the fuel at the moment. Ian Loggie's just brought that car in, so that's a proper battle between the black and yellow pinstriped Ram AMG and the red and white and red and black 499 Lion Speed car. Then it's Santalok, who are circulating again. Yes, they are. Lucas Legere behind the wheel of that one at the moment. ID Racing's 977 is back in the pits again and has been for about 3 hours. So that gear shift actuator compressor issue, I think, is pretty much stymieing them. We have had some more laps from the M4 GT4 of Team ECP, but not that many more. They had done 6 in the first 6 hours. They've now done 21 as we move on. And here's the TCE with Ben.
BBR 159, leader in the championship, leading this race at the moment, ahead of Wolf Power Racing in the Audi RS, and there is a 2-lap advantage for BBR. The second BBR car, the new one, is 3rd now after a little issue with the car, 158, and then Viper Nita Racing, the Malaysian team, in 4th position ahead of AC Motorsport, who field an all Hong Kong lineup. And we've got Setson Miles now ahead of Lestrup because they've had that turbo issue for their Volkswagen in 7th spot.
Just a reminder, and thank you to Rob Fitzgerald for asking this question at RSL_studio if you want to get in touch with us. We'll be taking a break from commentary at 1 o'clock local time, so that is 3 hours from now. There will be pictures overnight from the onboards and from some of the circuit cameras. I don't know if the drone's allowed to be up that late, if I'm honest. A lot of you enjoying the drone cam. But they will continue through the night. On RS1, we'll, at 1 o'clock, give you a chance to relive the WEC qualifying, which was earlier on today in the middle of a lot of action. And so the opportunity to listen to Johnny go through that. And then we're back at 8 tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. on Sunday morning. And Ben and Joe will do the breakfast show, if you will, with full coverage, cameras, etc. And then we'll all be together from 10 o'clock to the end of the race on all of our syndicated channels, as well as on the feeds on radio-show.co.uk. So that's your evening planned out for you.
Remarkable amount of light on the onboard camera of the Viper Nisa Cupra.
I don't know how he's driving that with that. That would kill my night vision.
Yeah, they've lit it like it's a Top Gear feature, haven't they? See all the detail. There's absolutely no gain on the camera. It's beautiful, absolutely beautiful. But I'm a bit confused as to what it would look like from the outside. It would be glowing like a lighthouse.
I could not drive that car. That would drive me mad. I turn all of the lights off. I don't even like to have the courtesy light on when you open the door of a road car. I turn that down or off, and I dim the dashboard as far as I can. Because I don't know how we can drive that.
Also on the steering wheel, there was a red button that was not attached to the rest of the paraphernalia on the central console of the steering wheel. Looked like Looked like a panic button. Looked like in sim
Don't
racing.
touch this button.
In sim racing, we have a big red button, and if you have a big crash and your direct drive wheel starts going crazy, it can break your wrists. And so you have a panic button that you can hit to stop it from basically turning off the force feedback. That looked like a small version of that. I'm not sure it can be, but I'm going to have to get Bradley in there to work out what's going on there.
Steve Tarrant. Hello, Steve. Hope you're well.
Oh, hey, Steve.
R18 TDI was indeed right-hand drive, so my memory wasn't failing me. And according to a couple of sources that he's found out, it was to affect faster driver changes because most of the pit lanes were on the right-hand side. So to get the drivers in and out of the car. Although, obviously, the cars had fuel fill on both sides, just in case. Very good. And Alan Prosser says Knock Hill can run both directions. They did a 6-hour 125 bike race there in the opposite direction.
Yes, and they did something
Brands
else
used to be able to... Brands Indy Circuit used to be able to run...
it did initially, didn't it?
The wrong way around. It initially always ran the other way around, and then it ran both. But I'm not sure it's got a license to run both ways anymore.
What was the inspiration for the Knock Hill reverse track? There was something big. There was something big that they were going to host, that they needed 2 tracks, and therefore they just did it in concurrent weekends. I'm going to have to think harder. I've also run this track backwards. Not in real life, in sim. The first corner is absolutely spellbinding backwards. You've gone down the main straight, and your first corner is your last corner.
Is the uphill turn 15?
Uphill turn left-hander.
And then
apex,
over the top of the hill.
Apex at the top of the hill, drop back down again. Brilliant. Got to get it right. It's all about the sim racing. That, by the way, is not on your favourite iRacing simulator. You have to go elsewhere for Portimao. Race Room. Brilliant stuff. Free track on Race Room as well. But iRacing is a partner, yes. But so is VCO, and the last time I spoke to Florian about it, he'd forgotten. I saw him photos. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. All these stickers on the cars. Creventic and iRacing having a great partnership so that you can now free open lobbies to race in a Creventic series, as well as the esports series that is certainly used to be run by Neil Henke, and I don't think he's running it anymore. I think he's retired from it. Left his organisation to do it for him.
Did you know about the planned Scottish Grand Prix at Knock Hill?
Ooh.
Where they were going to, the actual Knock Hill that you can see with the big telephone mast on it. The track was going to run up to the top of the hill, have a hairpin at the peak of the hill, and then come back down and join up where the current hairpin is.
Wow.
And I don't know what happened to the project. That was quite a while. I think I was probably early 70s or something. Anybody can tell us more about the planned Knock Hill Grand Prix track running up the hill and back down? That would have been phenomenal. Because perhaps in the days when safety wasn't really as big an issue as it is these days.
There was one of the first Goodwood revival meetings. An April Fool's joke was, well, not really a joke, but released in the local paper that they were extending the Goodwood circuit to go through one of the council estates that had been complaining about the noise. Fantastic little joke that came out on New Year's Day. I'm not sure any of the locals in the council estate were particularly happy about the idea, but just to wind them up, we're going to extend Goodwood Circuit. We need a few more corners to slow it down, so we're going to go through the local council estate. Brilliant.
I hope they don't sanitise Goodwood.
Oh, there's plenty of people always trying. Move into a house and then complain about the noise. Luckily, here in Portimao, bring it back to the present day, absolutely nothing around this circuit. There is some cows, there's a local farmer, and there is obviously the hotel, but the hotel is part of the circuit. Other than that, go onto Google and see just how far the nearest house is.
There's still noise restrictions, though.
Is there?
Yeah.
Well,
the 977
got
pulled in qualifying.
Yeah.
It was missing a catalytic converter.
Well, actually, an ex-girlfriend of mine, her parents live, as the crow flies, probably 5 k's away. But because there is nothing other than arid land, they can... Did I say it's a crow or is it a cow?
No, you said... No, what? The reason I'm looking at you like this is because Have you got an ex-girlfriend 5 kilometres from every track that we visit?
It's quite possible.
It seems to be.
Not Mugello.
No. What happened there? She break your heart.
Never managed it. No, but you can hear the circuit, as you can, when you go to Silverstone. You go to Silverstone Village, you can still hear the circuit. But it's so built up around there. It's not really built up around here. Why are we looking at this RD Sainz Lamborghini? Oh, he's had a little spin.
Yeah. The 720 numbered car. It's currently 8th overall and running 2nd in GTX. It's a battle of the Lamborghinis in GTX, isn't it? The Leopard car currently leading 227 laps and only a couple of laps behind Nicolas Michelin at the wheel of the 720. Had a little bit of a harmless spin. He's rejoined and back on it. So and I know I said it, I know we've still got a long way to go, and I was talking to one of the mechanics, and I was just saying, how when the temperature drops, that can manifest itself in other issues mechanically because of the way that there's contraction and what have you in the cooler temperatures.
Joe Bradley's in the box.
Seb's back.
Seb's back. Oh,
Seb's
even
back with the
better.
camera,
And
yeah.
so is Diana. Go, Di.
Thank you very much. Yeah, you caught me unawares there. I was just having a chat with David Simon, the team manager at BBR here, and I wanted to chat to you earlier, but obviously you were a little bit busy. There was some stuff going on there. But just about the season in general, how satisfied are you with how it's going?
Yeah, basically the season started in a short preparation for Dubai, because we were not expected to go there, and our customers from Thailand, this crew of drivers, just called us in the last minute and said, yeah, we want to drive. So that was a bit tricky because, late loading everything in the container. But we agreed on do a preparation together with Bascuten team, and that was very successful because we put the crew, they put the car, so we arrived to a short-term agreement for Dubai, and we succeed. The race was very good, the drivers really enjoyed. We know the drivers from a lot of years, they are really good friends from Monlau, and we have a nice race, we won the race, so then the project go a bit deeper, and we said, okay, now let's go for the season. Then the cooperation with Cupra gets very nice, very close, as we are from Barcelona as well. So we start to develop the new Cupra this year, and that was really challenging to try to do the 12-hour races and succeed with the car. We won two from 3, so that was very nice as well. But we mix a bit the crews, the lineups and everything due to job reasons of the drivers. And here is the first race that we come with 2 cars. So we come with the DSG plus the new TCR sequential. So the idea is from Barcelona, go again with 2 cars. We still don't know if 2 news or keep this, let's say, lineup of cars, but we have 10 Thailandese drivers, 10 friends. So we are really enjoying 22 people of crew. For Monlau, this is more than a project, it's part of our culture of a school, and for sure Creventic is the best scenarios, friendly, super good organization, good schedule for everybody, so we really enjoy it.
What are the strengths of your drivers? They all look very happy, very committed, and communicate well with each other. What are their strengths, would you say?
The most important thing, they are friends, so they are colleagues. So that makes your life so easy. As engineer, I do a lot of endurance races, and you really feel when the drivers are helping each other. So here, there is no ego. I can make drive 1, 2 hours, the other one 8, no problem. It's just the succeed is the team, and we do the best for the team. So they are super structured, they study the regulations, we try to be off of any penalty, they are fast. So they are a really good crew for endurance, that's clear.
Would you like to see a Creventic race in Thailand?
Okay, probably for me it's a bit far, but I would say yes, and I would say now we have a spot to go somewhere. For sure, Sebring was a nice experience, but we know how is the situation with the transports and everything, so why not? Let's go to Buriram, or let's go to other places that make even more interesting the racing.
How demanding and challenging is your role over a race weekend?
Wow. This weekend we are in Formula 4 in Spa as well with with our 2 drivers, so I have 15 people there, 22 people here. To prepare all this is really a nightmare, so I'm race engineer now, but I was team manager and preparing everything with the crew, so it's challenging, it's very difficult. The global situation is so hard, so You order parts, never arrive, so you cannot trust in no one. So it's really, really challenging, but I repeat, with these guys, it's a pleasure to be here, it's a pleasure to try it, and the level of competition is so nice in this year. Maximum respect for all the teams. Let's go racing, so very happy for this.
Great stuff. Thank you, David. Thanks for chatting to us and telling us about everything that's going on. I think you need a rest.
Thank you very much. Let's rest tomorrow after the race. Bye-bye.
Yeah, in the words of John Bon Jovi.
Did he say let's rest tomorrow?
No, he said sleep when you're dead or something. Live while you're alive and sleep when you're dead or something.
Andreas Bakkerud has just brought the 499 Audi R8 GT4 machine, which is now leading GT4, just 2 laps ahead. I'm right in saying that, yes I am. 2 laps ahead of the Mercedes Ram racing machine. That could be a really good chat for Dai to get stuck into, because Andreas Bakkerud is the easiest man to talk to in the world of motorsport. If ever you ask, I have people who I'm scared of talking to. I get a bit tetchy with Sebastian Ogier because he can be hot and cold. You never will get a bad interview out of Andreas Bakkerud.
And has he just got out of that car?
He will be in a second.
Yeah,
And I think this might be his very first 24-hour race. He's done Creventic this year already. He's loved his experience of the circuit racing, of the hours that you get in the car, because of rallycross you get 5-minute races and that's it. Now he's just done a stint in the night, and I think that might be his first experience that. So I'll be keen to find out if he's still as bubbly as he once was.
And you were talking about the different style of track driving to rallycross driving.
Yeah.
Where, I mean, I know rallycross is on tarmac, but it's kind of tends to be
Sometimes.
a dirty tarmac, doesn't it?
Yeah. And you're not driving on slicks, you're driving on cut slicks, and you invariably are dragging dirt onto that sticky surface. So the tyres don't work in the same way. This is something I've got to get my head around a little. They're not sticking to the track because they are both hot and sticky, because they're dirty all the time.
Yeah.
So how they actually generate grid, I'm less sure. There's another look at the rear end of the Red Camel's Porsche, which for me is definitely not right.
I'm told that that's normal. It's just we don't normally see it.
No, it's not, because the middle, there are 2 exhaust pipes, right, in the middle of the back end of that car. One is glowing red hot, the other one is not glowing at all, and then there's a glow coming from the left. See, there's only one glow. I'm sure if we go to a red ant car, it will not look like that. That's what we need to do, Mr. Director. Well, we need to find 903 or 904 and compare rear ends.
Yes.
Yes, why not?
The Red Camel team may be keeping their cards close to their chest at this stage. They don't want to be broadcasting any weaknesses that might, end up manifesting in something a little bit more detrimental to their run.
Another mystery for Diana to pick up on. I know I've started calling her Diana.
That's what she's called.
We call her
Binksy or Di.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So
maybe it's because it's in the evening, and you're such a polite English gentleman that in the evening you call people by their first names. You're calling me Joseph all evening.
Joseph,
yes,
thank you so much. 10 minutes in the pits for BMW M Motorsport, the M4 concept machine. Oh, hang on, this is this the Lestrop TCR car?
Yeah, that's the car. Remember that they changed the turbocharger on.
So they've done an installation and come back in. So they have got that car back out again. The last lap was 1 hour and 44 minutes. Now they're back in, probably just to spanner check on that car. So that's not too much of a worry. We don't have to be too concerned by that. I'm more concerned by the BMW M4 concept and what's going on down with them.
Yeah, I mean, that 110 car just being brought in there for a bit of a check on that installation, the Golf GTI TCR. They're happy with that. You're gonna check the oil feed pipe is not leaking, it's nipped up. There's nothing apparent leaking around the new whatever you've done, whether that be whatever, and it's a turbocharger on that. So they're happy with that. A little bit of visual observation under the bonnet. Looked like the bonnet was coming down and the car was going to rejoin. Now, where has that dropped to? It's dropped to 20th overall and 7th in TCR. So that's dropped to the back of TCR.
Yeah, 20 laps.
Yeah, 20 laps from the car that's in front, 30 laps, over 30 laps to the next car in TCR, and that's the the number 106 Volkswagen Golf of the 700 miles team. Oh, it's got a French name, that hasn't it?
700 miles.
700 miles.
For some reason, the French say miles because mille is something else. That means million.
Yes, million.
Or no, it actually means 1,000.
So that would be 700,000 if we said it in French.
Yeah. We didn't get, obviously Jordan, when we had his interview with Di a little bit earlier on, it was a bit of a grumpy mood, wasn't he? So we didn't get a chance to actually ask a little bit more rounded history from that name. They are run by Code Racing Developments, as we said earlier on, a well-known French team. But why then call their team 700 miles?
Well, probably because the word miles sounds very, I don't know, it's like when we say French words or Italian words. I thought the word Scuderia is
Je ne sais quoi.
Je ne sais quoi, whatever it takes. But Scuderia is a really cool, sexy name, isn't it? It just means team. L'équipe is French for team. Scuderia is Italian for...
Interestingly, though, the French don't generally do it with
English names.
No, they don't go, oh, we could call it Équipe Versure. No, we're going to call it Team Versure.
Yeah,
Or, for
they
instance.
don't do that. However, they do like the word miles.
What's a Curie? Is a
Team.
Curie? That's also a team.
Yeah, Scottish team, the Curie, of course.
Well, no, but does a Curie also mean team?
Ah, I think so. Got the power of Google.
Yeah.
The power of
I don't even know how to spell it.
Just coming up to, well, it's 22 minutes past 10 p.m. in the evening.
It doesn't mean team. L'équipe is team.
Yeah.
A Curie is stable.
Ah, right.
So
Yes, I had heard that before.
Going back to the old days of horse races.
Scottish stable. Yeah.
The Scottish stable.
All the names derive from horse racing, you know.
Yeah.
Paddock. We still call it the paddock.
Yeah.
What else was there? There was something else. The home straight. Start-finish straight. There was other words taken from horse racing because, of course, when the automobile was invented, it was a horseless carriage, wasn't it? A carriage with an internal combustion engine attached. No need for a horse.
One of my ancestors invented the bus route in the UK.
Really?
With horse-drawn carriages in the late 1800s, early 1900s. And
Is this true? It's
This
like
is
saying
true.
my father invented the question mark.
No, this is true. It was the Tilling family. Google it. And when Roger Tilling was told about the motor vehicle, he absolutely did not believe it would catch on. And he was only forced to start purchasing vehicles with combustion engines because most of his stable of horses, up to 5,000 horses he had at one point, were all sent to war. And not very many of them came back. So he was kind of forced into something that he was not very familiar with. He spent every single day of his life on the back of a horse. And it's very interesting.
It is.
Random facts late at night.
Yeah, we've the Lestrup car has gone back out. We thought that might be the case. The bonnet came down. Stefan Nielsen at the wheel of the 110, and like we said, it's 30 laps or so, just over 30 laps behind the next car in class. And up at the front, still, you've got CP Racing still hanging on to that lead. And
That BMW's still in the pits. 15 minutes now. So whether this, and we know this is a test event for them, so it could be a wholesale big change of something.
The thing is, though, we've seen manufacturers do this before. We had the Mercedes GT4
Yes, it was.
come to this series, and they basically were in and out of the pits.
Yeah.
That was a proper test session, and it would go out, do 10 laps, come in, and it would be in the pits for ages while they were swapping all sorts of components and really going through a test program, a test drive program with everything. However, the BMW M Sport guys with this new GT4 concept car have gone about this so far in a very different way. They've been out there and they've been just going about it as you would a race with dynamic pit stops. They've been going through the pit stops as hurriedly as you would normally under race circumstances. And this is really the first time we've seen the car in the pits for any major length of time. And it may be that, you know, and the whole point of this is testing new concepts on the car. We heard about the driver management, the engine management systems, and various other things that they are trying out and developing the car for to be more competitive and faster and more reliable. And it might be that they've come across an issue that they want to try and get to the bottom of, find a cause and rectify it and then get back on. So yeah, we might find that number 482 is going to drop down the order. It's third in GTX still, and the next car in GTX is the Vortex.
Punishlessness on Twitter has tweeted myself at Ben Constey saying pole position is what Joe was thinking of. Comes from horse racing.
Right, yeah.
I've never thought about where pole position comes from, because actually, when you really think about it, it makes no sense at all.
Yeah, we're so familiar with the term on the pole position.
What does it mean?
Well, I'm not sure, so maybe, who was it? Tell us more, tell us why.
Yeah, tell us why.
What is the term pole it has to do with horse racing? Is the horse that starts nearest the pole? You know, on the left, when you have like a Grand National, you have a starting pole maybe. But I did remember the paddock one, and I'm sorry, I didn't remember anything else.
Steve Tarrant reminds myself, local circuit to me, Goodwood, uses the same finishing post with a red circle on it that they have actually the horse racing course at Goodwood and all horse racing courses. That's more there as a little nod to the past, but very much did use it in the past. Never any horse racing around the motor circuit. The motor circuit came out the back of the Second World War as an American air base.
The sim racing bar steward has asked how hard is it to run a team in the 24/8 series compared to other series? It's always struck me as a series that is geared towards the teams and competitors. Well, I can tell you now, it takes pretty much the same amount of time, energy, and passion. Doesn't matter what the series is. The only thing that differs is the amount of money that's being spent. But energy and the time and effort that goes into running a team is probably exactly the same. It doesn't matter what it is. Let's head down to the pits though and see how much time and effort is being exerted down in the pit lane with Diana Binks.
I'm with BMW M Sport. Neil is just standing alongside the car while they're still doing some other checks on the 482. What's the latest update? Obviously, it's been in and out of the garage during the stint tonight.
Yeah, at the moment right now we're addressing what the issue is. We saw an abnormal temperature, so we're just taking a precaution and investigating it. As we're here, this is a test race for us, so we want to learn as much as possible. So at the moment right now, we're just taking a look at what maybe is causing this. At the moment, we know where the general area lies of where the problem is, but yeah, we're still trying to figure out what is exactly causing this. So we're going to take a deep look now, try and figure that out and get back on track and solve it.
You did say right from the beginning that you'd be looking at the development of the car during this race. This is really what it was for. But you're certainly getting that in tonight, aren't you?
Yeah, exactly. With a race like this, it gives you so many opportunities to find stuff that you wouldn't just find normally testing. So we saw this last year with the M4 GT3. It worked really, really well, and we can see now that we're finding stuff along with this car as well too. And we're definitely going to have it fixed, and we'll be back on track soon.
Thank you, Neil.
Thank you.
He does speak so well, doesn't he, Neil Verhagen? For a young kid. I mean, generally Americans speak very well, don't they? It's just something in the water.
They're absolutely awesome at public speaking, wherever you stick a microphone. We've got the 710 going very slowly. Right rear puncture for Tyler Cook in the leading GTX entry. It's the Lippert Motorsports.
Well, that's unusual.
Lamborghini.
That's unusual. That's right rear.
Yeah.
That's the first time we've seen that side of the car go down.
Now, we can't really see if he's been hit by anything, but out of sequence with all the left-hand punctures, the Lippert car.
Been out for 55 minutes, so at the end of their stint. But even then, You've been looking at the tyres, Joe. It's the outside tyres that are doing all the hard work and getting down to the canvases. The inside wouldn't be doing too much.
Well, not as much as the left rear, for sure. But who's to say, cause or effect? We'll have to wait and see. We'll wait and see when that car finally makes its way back to the pit lane.
Leading Mercedes into the pits, CP Racing, heading to the fuel bay as the leader in TCE gets a service from BBR. They are 5 minutes into their stop, and I think that might be a brake change going on for the 158 machine. Certainly mechanics into the wheel arches of that car. The 159 has just headed back out onto circuit with Mad Cow aboard. And this is a puncture for the Lippert Lamborghini, but weirdly, rear right. They've been out for 55 minutes, so coming to the end of their stint, but usually around this circuit, the left side tyre is the one that's doing the hard work, not the right side. So maybe there's something out on the circuit they've picked up, but that is an unusual failure.
It's against the grain, isn't it? He's done really well. Tyler Cook, great job getting that car back. It's so treacherous bringing a punctured tyre back to the pits, and by the looks of it, none of that wheel arch is damaged in any way, and the main carcass of the tyre, once again, the inside edge is where the tyre has gone, and then it kind of pulls away, leaving the sidewall attached to that side of the rim, and then the carcass kind of pushes out to the outside. But at any point, that tyre can then sort of just start disintegrating and end up damaging the bodywork, and even suspension parts have been known to be damaged by flailing tyre carcass. Great job by Tyler.
And you are correct as well on the pole position. Term comes from horse racing, where the number 1 horse starts on the inside of the first row next to the inside pole. Therefore, the inside horse will travel at least distance from starting on the inside, and obviously in car racing it's called the pole sitter, who starts on the pole position. Well done.
Yeah, I just gathered that was what it might be. Let's head down. Tyler Cook, who's done a great job getting that 710 Lippert Lamborghini back, is with Dinah Binks.
Tyler, you did a great job getting the car back into the pit lane.
Yeah, that was interesting. I went to pass the TCR car down the front straightaway, and it ripped apart right there. Next time I found out my headlights were looking at his side door, and I was like, this could end pretty bad really quick. Gathered the car back up, got here as fast as I could. It sucks that we lost a little bit of time, but it's better that the car's now out one piece. We're getting picked up by a wrecker right now, so yeah, we have a long race to go.
What's the traffic like out in the track tonight now it's gone dark? How are you managing that?
It's tough. Like the GT3 cars have some really bright headlights that are blinding, and the slower cars, you're having some tough times. You get into a blind spot and they can't see you. So you just have to be super cautious. You'll see sometimes the faster cars slow down like 3 or 4 seconds. It's just they're being super cautious, and it's a 24-hour race, not a sprint race.
You've got a great lineup with your teammates this weekend. How important is it all for you to share information when you get out of the car?
Really important. Just figuring out what happened there. I couldn't even tell you. That's the thing, but we're just trying to figure out what's going on with these punctures, and we're all working together as a team. Like you said, a lineup like this can perform well, but everything has to go correctly for it to perform perfectly, right?
And how much are you enjoying Portimao?
I love this place. I tested here with Phoenix actually about in 2018, and I fell in love with this place right away, and really happy to be back.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
I think he's tired.
Everybody's tired, Ben.
Tyler looks a little bit kind of like he could do with a sleep.
And probably some sort of replenishment drink that will sort of put back the salts and
some
the
electrolytes.
Nutrients. Electrolytes, that's the word I was looking for.
Yeah.
It's been a grueling first few hours, really. The sun went down. It's a lot more comfortable. The breeze has died off a little bit, but there's still that cooling breeze. The ambient temperature now down to 28 degrees, which is still warm, very, very warm, but in comparison to the sunlight hours, it's pretty cool. Highs of 40 degrees we're seeing today, and the weather forecast is that when the sun comes up tomorrow, it's going to get even hotter, so we expect maybe 41, potentially 42 degrees in the sun. And sometimes, you know, you cannot stay out the sun. The drivers have got the sun beating through the windows of the cars, heating the cars up. Not everybody has got air conditioning. And GM Littman was telling me that he put a thermometer in, I think it was a Porsche that he was driving, a Cup car, in one of our races. Paul Ricard. But it was a race where when he got out of the car, he crawled out of the car at all fours. And he, by his own admission, GM is a bit of a sweaty driver. He sweats a lot, so he has to be really careful. But he was telling me the temperature measured in the car was 65 degrees.
Wow.
That is ridiculous.
Be nice to cook an egg on.
That is ridiculous.
Other horse-related comments, horsepower,
Yes.
of course.
Horsepower, yeah, absolutely.
The amount of horses you had on your carriage, and now relating to, I mean, imagine having 550 horses towing your cabbage. Your cabbage? Your carriage. That would be it'd be a long old queue. You'd be about a mile long, wouldn't you? But that's what that's what the new BMW has. 550 horses. So thank you very much to Jerry Zabantis, who reminds us of that one. As per usual, we've got the most ridiculous different subjects going on thanks to hashtag 24H Portimao and at Ben Consti, because they've got another group of guys also messaging how well they've done in iRacing and all the different events that they've won in iRacing. So quick Billy Mann saying, I won Daytona 24 Hours this year with 4 other guys. One of the greatest things we've done, and it was a proper race.
You need to tell us your I rating when you're saying that, because you know you might be in like a 7,000 plus.
No, that's opening a whole can of worms.
Yeah, it is. But you know what? So what's your I rating, Ben?
No, a tiny amount. If I entered anything, I'm always on the bottom split.
I'm on 1900 at the moment.
Yeah, that's because somebody ruined it.
No. That's been pretty good for me, mate. I've been down towards 800. I kind of hover between like 12 and 1500, 1200 and 1500. But I've got it up to 1900. You're over 2000, aren't you?
Am I?
I'm pretty sure you are.
Wow, well
have you not got
me.
the app?
No, I haven't got the app.
Oh, the app's brilliant, mate. Look, iRacing's a partner of the 24H series, right?
Yeah.
So, anybody from iRacing listening in on this, why have we not got Portimao yet? We need Portimao on iRacing. What have you saw?
That was a low fuel alarm on the Red Camels. Not exciting. Yeah, it's an interesting one, isn't it? iRacing is so obsessed with those American tracks, though. That's the one.
Well, they are an American company, Ben.
I know, but that's a little bit of a gripe for me, because there are drivers around the world who would love to be able to race their local track, and I suppose we just had Fuji, yeah. Fiji would be good.
Fiji and cabbage.
Fuji added. Been talking since 2 o'clock. Added to the kind of, which obviously pleases the
new Australian tracks.
Really?
Yeah. A couple of. Don't ask me what they are.
The Bend?
I've got them. No, not the Bend. Some pretty standard sort of old historical tracks, as you know,
cool.
They've been there a while.
See, that's another thing I'd love to see more of, historical tracks that don't exist. The ability to do something you can't do in real life, completely can't do.
Yeah, like Spa, the old Spa.
Old Spa would be amazing. I mean, I grew up on Grand Prix Legends and doing all those, all those different
Rouen
circuits.
Clermont-Ferrand.
Yeah, I drove the actual Clermont-Ferrand.
We have, John and I did that. Yeah. A couple of years ago, we drove from the Nürburgring after a World Endurance Championship round to Barcelona for the 24H Series race, and then on the way back, we kind of bivouacked in Clermont-Ferrand, and we traced the track.
Yep.
We also traced Montjuic Park.
Cool.
When we got to Barcelona as well. What a circuit that was. Yeah, that, you know, the scope for that. I think iRacing's iRacing is very keen on being modern. However, they have sort of touched on their heritage a little bit with the historic Grand Prix cars, the Lotus 49, the Lotus 79, the historical heritage NASCAR series.
Yeah, but there's so much more you could do. I know Group C is obviously being done by Race Room, but it's not quite the same. I'd love to see some historic Le Mans cars in iRacing. That would be quite amazing.
Well, we've got the GTP Nissan. That's pretty tricky to drive.
Yeah.
We've got the 904 Red Ant Racing Porsche into the pits from 3rd place in the 992 class. That car is now 4 laps behind the sister car, the 903 ahead of it. Gavin Pickering has brought that car in, I suspect, to change driver. It'll take on tyres, no doubt.
When you go to pits tomorrow, that's a man that we could easily fill 10 minutes with.
Yeah,
because what an incredible amount of different things he's done and plenty of Le Mans starts to his name. Need to have some longer chats about random stuff with our drivers. You know, the old Marriott style of just kind of a bit of a waffle about the world rather than Portimao, hot, difficult on tyres.
Sometimes people are willing to do that. Other times they look at you puzzling and like,
why are you talking about that?
Why do you want to talk about that? why aren't we talking about the now? BMW, the M Motorsport, BMW GT4, still in the pits. I thought I'd let you know that. So that problem still being rectified.
As is the other BMW M4 GT4 of Team ACP. They've got themselves 21 laps in the book before Spinoi brought the car back in with what seems to be a similar problem than before.
You saw the low fuel warning light for Luke Breukers in the 909. That's the car that's leading 992. He's into the pits, as we suspected he would be very soon. And he clatters into his pit marker board. Not a problem with that.
Right, we want to see the rear left corner. What's going on over there? They have no interest in it whatsoever.
Yeah, let's have a look at that hole in the back, Seb, and see. I mean, they're not concerned with it.
No.
They're not concerned with it. And there's no attention put to it. The team have no reason to kind of, try and waffle their way out of it. They have literally shown no concern whatsoever, and that's what they told me. They said, it's not concerned, it's just the cat. The cat's glowing, it always does. Not sure who got in that car there.
Tabby cat?
Sorry? Catalytic converter. So Luke Brook has brought it in. It's now just going through the garages into the fueling area. That car has done 254 laps.
45 lap stint for Luke. So that was another chunky stint. Having followed...
I think Binksy's just shouted up there. Diana, was that you?
Yes, it was. I just said Evo's got in the car. So
Evo.
I'm just going to grab Luke, but he's just getting his breath and getting a drink. So
Luke's already ticked off the list, Diana. Actually, we can complete that team with Evo. He's the only one we haven't done, and then we've completed one team. We're going to try and interview every single driver. Diana and Joe don't think it's possible, but
no,
I'm setting a good challenge.
They're not always where, there's Luke Breukers just got out of the car. He is a young, fit young man, very young, and he has been working very hard, sweating profusely. There's team strategist Paul Truswell, our colleague, working feverishly.
He's not even listening to us, is he?
No, he can't. He's listening to the car radio. Hello. That's the team engineer who's just waved.
Hey, Trussers. No.
And Truss is looking at the strategy, team engineer.
I'm disappointed. I thought he'd at least have one ear listening to us.
No.
We could have given him lots of information and ideas.
He could have been giving us information.
Well, that's more likely, yeah.
Yeah. Again, Paul said, no, the team's not concerned about that glowing catalytic converter. So we're not. There's no reason for them to try and pull the wool over our eyes. I mean, there is. Actually, you know what, Ben? There's every reason to pull the wool over our eyes. All the teams could be listening, and the other 992 teams could be listening.
I've got Luke now.
Sorry, Di, go ahead.
Luke is with me, so we can have a chat to him now. He didn't take too long to recover. He's had a drink. We gave him a moment just to catch his breath. Look, how tough is it out on the circuit tonight?
I think because of the moonlight, it's a little bit more light than usual at Portimao. So it's actually pretty doable. The temperatures are still crazy hot, so But overall, it was a very good stint and I enjoyed it. And now my father is in the car. So.
You seem like you're taking a bit of a breath. It must get incredibly hot inside the car. Important for you to keep hydrated?
Yes, very. Only I drank too much before my first stint and I had to pee so bad. So that was a bit of a problem. But after the stint, I luckily got out and fixed it. But you have to watch your water amount level, your water fuel.
How was it out there on the circuit? As it gets to that dark stage, obviously we know we're going into the nighttime sessions. You know, fatigue's the thing that comes into play, so you've got to make sure that completely alert while managing the traffic.
Yes, I was actually driving into the night, so that makes it a lot more easy. So you get into a rhythm, but the traffic is actually pretty okay. The TCRs are looking in the mirrors, we are looking for the GT3, so that's all good.
How exciting is this car to drive?
It's very exciting. I really love it. It's a bit of a mechanical grip, so it's really a bit of old school. I really like it.
Thank you. I'll let you get your breath. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Diana. Great to hear from Luke. Rick nowhere to be seen in there at the moment, and Evo in the car. Obviously trying to get themselves a little bit of rest for the real night hour grotty 1 till 3 stint.
Isn't it incredible how the Red Ant team, well, firstly it's called Red Ant, Red Camel, both, the dynamic in both teams, father and son teams.
Yeah, nice.
Yannick and Ayrton Redon driving with their dad Bert, Luke and Rick Broikes driving with their father Evil.
And in the second Red Ant 904, Kobe and Jimmy De Broeke, brothers?
I think so.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think so.
Yeah, I think so. That's one for me to check out tomorrow.
I did try and find out from our commentary box and failed. But Jimmy actually has done. They've both done a lot of racing.
What do we know about Charles Dawson, who's just brought the 116 in?
He's not related to the Dawsons that we know.
Right. So the Wolf Power car, the Audi RS3, in from the lead of TCR, the 116. It has been brought into the pits.
116 from the lead?
Yeah, 116 leading TCR.
Ah, because that must have mean that the last pit stop for the 159 was quite long.
The 159 may have had a... Where's the...
Let's believe.
No, 5 minutes, both for 159 and 158. I think it's just the way that the pit stop phases are flip-flopping between those TCR front wheels.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. And now the lead will go back to the number 159.
Charles Dawson, driving instructor from Leeds. No, it can't be, not a driving instructor. It's not a race instructor, it's a driving instructor. Maybe, don't know, possible. Gonna try a different search.
I tried to during the practice sessions, I had a look at Charles. He's down as being British.
Nationality,
British driver.
New Zealander on driver DB.
Right.
According to, apparently.
Well, I'll tell you who's down there who could find out who Charles Dawson is. That's Diana Pinks. The 116 Wolf Power Racing Audi RS3 is still in the pits. It's been in for coming up to 2 minutes, so it's still, very much at the beginning of its pit stop, so to speak. It'll sort itself, they'll sort the car, change the driver. In fact, it's already off and into fueling, so...
we have seen Charles Dawson in TCR with AC Motorsport earlier on in the year, probably in
is he
Mugello. He's down as a Kiwi here. He's not down as a Kiwi in our entry list. But
was that Diana shouting up there? Diana, was that you? No, it mustn't be.
Very, 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 very little racing experience at all, other than some Formula Challenge New Zealand races back in 2005. So it could be quite interesting. Races entered according to driver DB 9.
Right, interesting.
So he's got not a lot of experience. Yeah. If this is the same one, I don't think he's the British amateur archaeologist. He died in 1916, Charles Dawson. And there's very obviously many other famous Charles Dawsons. He could also be the driving instructor from Leeds.
He might be.
He might
yes.
be.
Yeah.
We will soon find out.
We will find out well, as soon as he speaks to Di. He'll have a Leeds accent, won't he?
Or he'll have a New Zealander accent. And we're like, right, it's that one.
Yeah. Well, Diana's on her way to the Wolf Power Racing pit garage. That car hanging on to the lead on the timing screens, but that will soon change. The 159 BBR Cupra will go back into the lead of TCR. But it's interesting that we've got 3 cars now in with the chance, all on 243 laps. Right, there is Binksy saying, well, what are you welling, Diana?
Well,
do you know him?
He's been listening to you two talking about quite frankly. And now I've caught him. Charles, put us out of our misery. What nationality are you?
Okay, I'm not from New Zealand, I'm from the UK, just to confirm.
Is he a driving instructor from
And are you a driving instructor?
I'm not, no, it's my first season in motorsport. So yeah, started with Abu Dhabi this year, and then I'm doing a season with Max Cruiser Racing in NAS 500, so just decided to join these guys with the off chance because Jasmine drives and Max Cruiser as well, so and you know, they're a great team. I mean, honestly, the car is amazing. First time I've driven the Audi Gen 2, it's a monster for TCR. I'm not gonna lie, that was a bit of a struggle. It's my first ever night stint, which is a rude awakening.
Did you say that was your first night stint? Oh wow, how was it? What was the first thing that went through your mind?
Stay out of trouble. And then, yeah, just gain confidence for the first 5-10 laps. We're in a good position. We're fighting for the top 3, so you know, there's no need to go fast. And my foot, you know, just keep it easy. And yeah, fairly happy. A few mistakes. Kind of not being able to pick up braking points is really hard, and triggering a bit of ABS a lot of the time, which is frustrating. But I'm happy. It's all good.
What have you been racing before?
We raced in a Mark II Golf GTI 2018. So yeah, it's a little bit different to this. Longer wheelbase, way more stable for the long corners here. The Golf is a little bit more nimble, but you know, they're both a pleasure to drive. And a big shout out to Max Cruiser Racing, my current team, and also to these guys. Honestly, they're doing a great job. And we just need to crack on and keep it simple and see what happens.
So you obviously decided you wanted to give yourself a challenge, so you thought, I'll go to Portimao and get involved in the 24-hour race.
Yeah, well, I want to do this series next year in full. So I just thought it'd be good to get a 24-hour race under my belt this year. And yeah, so it's a really cool track. I've never driven it, but I mean, it's awesome. Really cool to get used to the roller coaster. Once you get over that, and you master turns 10 and 11, and then kind of turn 14, you kind of, you know, the rest of the track is okay. I've had a bit of trouble with turn 1 with the wind going that way earlier. I didn't really realise it, and it switched later on, so just picking up the things.
So what's the plan for the night time going into the morning for the team? What's the strategy plan?
Just keep what we're doing. We're keeping the same stint, so we've got, at the moment, Kaye's got in the car. We did an awesome stint in the heat earlier, and then we've got E-bars after that, so we're just sticking to that. Not doing anything special, keep it simple, and you know, fingers crossed the car brings it home for us.
Thanks for chatting to us.
Cheers, guys.
Your best interviews come from the strangest places. Great stuff from Charles Dawson. That was really insightful, and he was properly pumped, wasn't he?
Yeah, brilliant. I mean, it's great. You know, this is what the series is all about.
This is what the series is all about, yeah.
You know, it doesn't matter how much racing experience you've got, you will find your place within this series. And, you know, big credit to him that he had the courage to not be fazed by racing a TCR car in amongst GT3 cars. And he said, you know, interesting also what he said, we mentioned this earlier when I described the wind now being a headwind, and how, I mean, a TCR car is not really known massively for its aero, but it affected how he drove the car.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's got wings, it's got rear wing, it's got train winglets on the front, it's got a diffuser at the rear. But you would think that it wouldn't have that major an effect on the way that the car handled, and yet a change of direction. It's not Formula One. I mean, the wind changes direction and cars start spinning off. Well, you know, Verstappen at Barcelona. You wouldn't have thought that, but yeah, Charles, you know, describes that in fascinating insight.
And those little things that a seasoned professional racing driver now takes for granted, but somebody who's in their first season of motorsport is like, oh, I didn't realise that. Oh, I didn't realise that. Great, good stuff. Thank you very much, Charles.
Hopefully we'll see more of Charles, and he's put himself with the right team. Wolf Power Racing, season champions in this series, remember, for the past couple of years. A little bit different car. They ran with Wolf Power Racing, have sort of branched out on their own. They were teamed with the Autorama people running Golf GTIs, and they've won championships. So Wolf Power are running their own Audi RS3 and have been part of the series this year in 2022. I'd love to see, Charles sort out something. Get Max Cruz Racing here as well. Max Cruz was with us.
They've been before, yeah.
Yeah, Max Cruz was with us at where was I? The one before Hockenheim.
Spa,
yeah. Max Cruz, professional footballer, by the way.
Yes, of course.
Plays in the Bundesliga. Plays for Wolfsburg.
He either needs to get onto driver DB to make sure he's got his correct name, or needs to get onto driver DB to be entered as a different person, because we do have a Charles Dawson from New Zealand on driver DB who raced in Creventic this year for AC Motorsport, but there's no sign of a Charles Dawson that raced for Max Cruz Racing in Dubai. So
leader is in. Sven Herberger brings the Phoenix Racing Audi in. 268 laps completed. That looked a pretty routine pit stop. He's only been static in the pits he's only been in the pits, I should say, for just over a minute, and already he's on his way to fueling.
And curiously, again, slightly shorter stint than we've seen Pierre Caffer do. So Caffer did, in completely clear running, 40 laps a bit earlier on this evening. We saw Michael Doppelmayr do 28, Sven Herberger did 35, so not far off Pierre Caffer, but Herberger, that was his second stint. That's no wonder he did it. He only did 30 laps, so I think he might have been a bit pooped. Doing a double.
Might be, yeah.
Doing a double.
Yeah.
So that's basically 2 hours in the car. Okay, it's not as hot as it was earlier, but it's still hotter than most days.
Remember, he's only allowed to do 2 hours though. He can't go over the 2 hour
okay, so
stint.
he had to come in there.
So he had to come in. He was limited by driver stint.
Yeah, okay. Andreas Baccarin is still aboard the 499, so that's the reason why we haven't spoken to him, because he's still in the car.
Yeah, that's why. I'm not sure whether that was the 482 car I saw. Daniel Arpe, it was indeed. That car is now back out on track. The BMW M Motorsport concept car has been in the pits for a chunk of time, Ben. 48 minutes, in fact. So 48 minutes for that rectification of something that manifests itself. Remember, development drive for the team and the car.
Manifests itself as a peak in temperature. They said, we've experienced higher temperatures. It's been quite hot during the day. They didn't see that, and then when it got cooler, suddenly the car was registering higher temperatures. So they figured out what it was, and the car is back out on circuit. And I love the fact that, much like we see from the Mercedes, they've just got a little bit of titanium in the front splitter, that as that car touches the ground, we get those brilliant orange sparks. That will be very dramatic when it goes up through Eau Rouge, for instance, and some of those other compressions as well. We're going to leave you then in the capable hands of Mr. John Hindhoff and Dynamix down in the pit lane, and John and Joe and I will speak to you guys all in the morning. Have a great night.
Thanks, guys. 15 hours and a minute still to go. Ben Consadura, Stuart Bradley will be on the morning shift. I've just been given my orders to make sure that whose is that? That's yours. That I tick off all the interviews. Puncture number 10, Alan Prosser, 22 minutes ago, was on the right-hand side. Okay, thank you. At RSL_studio for the next couple of hours. You can ask and we'll try and find out. Nominate people to get interviews. We'll try and get that sorted for you as well. Beautiful evening outside. Standing on the podium watching the cars go by the last 15 minutes or so. couple of pit stops going on. Let's get back to the pit lane. Diana?
I'm here at Phoenix Racing, number 18. Juan Moser is the team manager. We've just discovered that Elias hurt his finger earlier on, and apparently you've had to send him up to the hospital for some checks. Just tell us what's happened.
Yeah, we came into the pit stop and he tried to open the door. It was he had a bit problem to open the door, and Sven from inside tried to help him. And then he had a finger between the door and the side plate. And now I think the hand is broken, and now he's in the hospital for the check. And we wait for information.
Oh, didn't know that. Well, hopefully he is, okay. But how's that going to affect your strategy now for the rest of the race?
Yeah, we are on it now. We try to manage it with Sven Herberger. I have now to drive a bit more. And I hope we can manage it and then try to finish on the top.
Yeah, I mean, there's still a long way in the race to go, so you've all got your work cut out for you.
Yeah, we work hard. Yeah, like always, our goal is to win the race, and that's still the goal, the main goal.
Wish him all the best. Thank you.
Well, that's awful for Elia, but it's also going to throw their strategy out, because clearly he's not going to be back for a while, and even if he does come back, he might not be able to drive.
He's got a broken hand, he said, so I don't think he'll be driving.
Yeah, that's really going to be difficult. Hello to Jerry Z. I know IMSA and the SEO have a 4-hour in any 6 rule for driver time limits. Does the 24-hour series have something like 2 hours in one go is all you can do? And I've got a feeling you've got to have a 50% rest after that, and that is regardless of whether you're in one car or two. I'd have to check that one back up again. Turn 15, the sparks coming down the hill, just absolutely outstanding. Great shots. Very, very dark out there. Still some people milling around. Not a huge spectator event this. It wasn't meant as such for the competitors, this one. Down through the first corner for number 85 CP racing car. Still leading, Shane Lewis. Completed 270 laps. Just waiting for Pierre Caffer to come round in the 15. Where's he on the circuit at the moment in the darkness? All I can do is check the tracker as the cars come round, see what the gap is. And it just goes, that was Caffer going through there, 49.4 seconds between first and second, with just under 15 hours to go. Great chat about all the circuits running the wrong way, or 2 ways, at RSL_studio. Good to have your company for this run to the end of our broadcast. Got about a couple of hours to go. Temperature very, very pleasant outside now. Still warm, mind you. Give you a rundown of the class leaders. GT4, Lion Speed by Car Collection are back at the top, ahead of Ram Racing. Katerina Kavalova has just pulled into the pits there and passed the lead back to Lion Speed. In TCR, it's the 159 BBR Racing Cupra that leads, from Caleb Bergman, who is just over a lap behind in the Wolf Power Racing 116 And the second of the BBR, the newer car, is another 3 laps further back. GTX to 2 Lamborghinis leading. First and second for Leipert and RD Sainz in that order, with just over 2 laps between them. 992 is Red Camel Jordan by just over a lap from the first of 2 Red Ant Racing. Sam de Jong in the 903, the 904 is Gubbe de Bruyke. Gap lap, is there a full lap between Ivo and Sam now? 909 just going down towards turn 5. And 903, I think it's just behind its... No, that's the 904 that's just about to go another lap down. Going through turn 6. 903 just coming down to turn 5. So yes, there is a full lap between them. And at the moment, Ivo, right in front of Ivo, is the 3rd place car in class that he's trying to put another lap on. And in GT3, our overall leader is our GT3 Am leader, that's Shane Lewis. Pierre Caffer is the GT3 Pro-Am leader in second. And Indy Donchi, well, the W2M Racing Ferrari is the GT3 leader, and they're in fuel at the moment. Ivo Breukers with the very bright taillights of another Porsche ahead. And right there as well is the 720 Lamborghini that's got between those 2 Porsches now. Into the pits for Viper Nisa. Another pit stop for them. Dominic Ang bringing the car in from 4th position in the TCE part of the race. All TCR cars only in that particular category. A bit of brake fire on the right front there. Mechanic just dabbing it out with the heat-resistant gloves. Driver change as well down there. Headlights turned off on the car whilst they do the pit stop. Oh, now there's been a little bit of a problem. Have they decided to do a brake change there? Because it looks like that front wheel's coming back off again. Yeah, I think that is what's going to happen. They've decided, looking at the pads, that there's not enough on there, I think. And if Seb pans out a bit, we might be able to see a brake change kit. Yeah, they've got the Allen key, or the Torx wrench, to take that disc off. They'll have matched a set of pads and discs earlier on in the weekend. So there's still 15 hours, better part of 15 hours to go. They're deciding to do that on the apron there, Di, but that looks like a front brake change to me.
It is, yes, and I've got Dominic, who's jumped out of the car, had a very quick drink. Changing brakes and pads now?
Yep, looks like because my last stint, the brake pedal was getting longer and longer each lap, so I think I told the team to just have a check when they come in, so I think that's why now they are changing the brake pads.
And how was your stint?
I think my stint was quite good on a free night pace. I think it was quite good. Only thing when there were cars coming, there was blinding lights, so that was a bit difficult.
Yeah, how tricky is that from your perspective as a driver? You know, when you go into the night time, you've got all the lights. How focused? How much does that test your focus?
Well, definitely this track is much harder because it's totally dark on the track. So, and then most of the corners, the apex, you can't see them. So you got to really rely on the side lights and then, of course, remembering the track. But it's quite difficult when the fast car comes, then it blinds your vision for a while. So that's the tricky part there.
How much are you enjoying being part of this event?
Well, I think I'm enjoying it very much. You know, for our team, it's been like 2.5 years. We have not been racing, so it's very good to be back racing. So it's, I think for the crew and all, we're all a bit rusty. So trying to get going. I think as the hour goes, we are getting more smoother and smoother.
They don't seem very rusty. They're all quite excited and really happy to be here, and all very supportive.
Yeah, so I think because it's 2.5 years, so there was quite a lot of preparation coming in. Only thing, there were certain skills that because we haven't done any racing, so those certain parts was rusty. So yeah, as we keep running, it's getting better.
Thanks for chatting to us.
Thank you so much.
Another driver ticked off the list of interviewees. Daniel Ang from the Dominic Ang, excuse me, from Viper Nisa Racing. 421 coming back out again. The much delayed DGP team, ACP team Tangerine Associates didn't go for fuel, so it's coming out on the track to see if they've cured this pesky problem. They'll get a lap or two, and then the car just seems to not want to rev, whether it's a lack of boost or something else. And that's the BMW going through the first corner into the darkness. Now it's Ken Goldberg who's getting a turn now. He was meant to be in second stint. And all the issues mean it's been a very delayed start to his race, heading down towards turn 5. We'll just see him appear over the top of the hill and turn into the right-hander at Torres VIP. Oh, I'm not sure what that's revving. Just listening to that engine, it didn't seem to be pulling, and I think the indicator's gone on again, hasn't it? To keep out the way. The problem is in the darkness, you simply can't have cars cruising around off the pace. There are too many blind brows here. Or is Ken just making sure that he's keeping out of everybody's way? We'll give it a shot. Let's see how they get on. Big fan favourite, seeing a lot of people tweeting in for that car. This is number 421. Trust me, it is out there in the darkness. They've completed 21 laps. The leader has completed 275 laps, and the next best GT4 car has completed 248 laps, 243 laps, excuse me. Back to GT4 car. Round to turn 15, the final corner over the top of the brow, and then plunging down towards the start-finish straight. See if the BMW goes through. Back into the pit lane, I'm afraid, for Ken. That might have just been an out lap. Must be very, very frustrating. Meantime, leading in the 992 category, Ivo Breukers with the additional lights on the front of the 909 Red Camel Jordan's NL car. Let me just having a look. Using high beam headlights in the reef. This is another Lion car collection car. Lions paid by car collection. 10-second time penalty. They just served a 10-second penalty for their 12th offence of track limits. And I think that is the only one that's still outstanding at the moment, that Lion speed. No joy, I'm afraid, and no rest, Diana, for the number 421, the Team ACP Tangerine Associates. Ken went out for a lap, but it just didn't seem to want to rev.
Back in.
Oh, just losing you there, Di. You might have to walk closer to the front. It's all right.
The car came into the pit lane. The team have put the car onto the dollies, taken it back in to the garage and plugged in the laptop, so they're obviously doing another diagnostics check. So I think it's a challenging one for them.
I think it's a massive understatement to say that, Di, but you're right. They are putting themselves in pole position, and I was listening to the info about pole position earlier on. Very good. Surely they've got to be there for consideration for the Spirit of the Race award. Our broadcast team will decide that towards the end of the race tomorrow. But really and truly, my goodness, what a shift they're putting in. Now, I was going to check to see if the 909 had put another lap on the Red Ant Racing. If Evo put another lap on the 904. And I think they have. 904 is just heading up the hill to turn 11 now. And where's Evo on the circuit? Maybe not, actually. Oh, is that the car behind them? That's the 5th place car behind them. Now, that's interesting. That's the 903. So that's the Red Ant Racing car. All right, this is really interesting. This is not a battle for position, but the car behind Evo at the moment is trying to get back on the lead lap in class. And indeed has done, as we were watching. So now there is just under a lap between first and second in the 992 category. Sam de Jong has gone through whilst we were talking about it. Where's they managed to lose a car on the track, which is very annoying. Where's Kobe de Bruyke in the 904? Should be a little blue dot that I'm looking. Must be in a gaggle of cars and I can't quite see it out there. Oh, there it is, just coming out into turn 6. So yes, so that car's pulled away from Evo Breukers. Now, have they got a problem? Meantime, into the pit lane, Herberth. 2nd in class, 7th in their division, which is the GT part. They had the issue earlier on that cost them an awful lot of time with the puncture when Alfred Renat couldn't get the car back without doing too much damage, then had to get recovered from a difficult spot. And they dropped 20 laps. It's Ralph Bourne there. They've now completed 760 laps. 760 laps, sorry, 260 laps against 270. So they've pulled back to 18 laps. GTX leader is still 710, Jean-Francois Bruno for Leipert, and GT4 leader is still the Lion Speed. That's Andreas Brackerud, the Rallycross champion, who is in that car, but with another time penalty. I'm sure somebody can go back through the race control messages and let me know at RSL_studio how much time penalty the number 499 car collection has had. Nice to see Andreas back in the series. That Viper Niza car that he's just come back is lit up on the inside like Blackpool illuminations. No clue how the drivers can hold on to their night vision. It does look like somebody's filming inside that car. Got the left-hand indicator on as well, which I'm not sure is helpful for anybody. But there's a lot of additional light inside that car. Gilbert Ang took that car over from Dominic. Through turn 15 and onto the start-finish line. Headlights are okay. I think I might like them a little bit higher. Bit of big flash from behind. Gilbert looks as the car goes by the 158 down into the first corner, and that was one of the BBR cars, wasn't it? that's just gone through. It's the Chirayanea machine in third position in TCR that just went through, the 158. What's your view of that then, if you are listening or watching? When you drive in the dark, do you like your cabin well lit or not lit? To be honest, I never seem to be able to turn the dash lights down on modern cars as much as I want to. But the inside of that Viper Nisa car is so bright now that, I mean, you can actually see the driver working in there, and the lights on the inside. There's be a little damage to the left-hand front of that car as well. Maybe just pinged the left front wing. I think it was a bit flappy. I think the guys on the team should be speaking to him and telling him his indicator on. Don't see a telltale warning light inside the cabin. Maybe at the top of the dash. Yeah, there's a constantly flashing light just to the right-hand side of the digital rev counter. Down into turn one, down through the gearbox. Now, has that light turned off? No, it hasn't. The indicator light. Yeah, there is a bit of bodywork loose at the front, and that's exactly what Audi and Cupra have addressed in the Evo version of that car. Changed the bodywork design, front and rear, so that outer edge of the front fender, the wheel arch, doesn't break away at the bottom at contact and flap around a bit. There's quite a bit of aerodynamics being created by the bodywork on these cars, through, of course, the Ferrari on that Viper Nisa. That's Indy Donchi. Gap at the front of the field, by the way, now down to 36 seconds. Pierre Caffer chasing Shane Lewis. 48.4 last time around for Shane. 45.9. So that's going to come down very quickly indeed. 48, call it 49 minutes out of the pits for CP Racing in Shane, and about 24 minutes for Caffer. A bit of debris on the front straight. Might just be a bit of rubber, thanks to Alan Prosser. Fire that through. About halfway down the front straight, maybe a little bit further. Bakkerud into the pit lane and now that car's in to the fuel pump. That's the 499 leading car in GT4, 13th overall. So Ram Racing and John Minshaw next time around will take the lead of that class, and he's only been in that car for 15 minutes or so, so he's got a decent run to go. So they're well off strategy for each other. Where is John on track at the moment? Pierre Caffer chasing down the leader in elegant isolation at the moment, as he is out on the far side of the track in the darkness. John Minshaw at turn 7 at the moment, waiting for the Lion Speed car to come back out, and it's Jose Garcia who's gone out, and he is out onto the track. He's at turn 2, so I reckon he's held on to the lead there. But only just, as John Minshaw will be coming onto the start-finish line in a moment. The Ken Goldberg 421 BMW is back out. Coming to the pit entrance now, and if I look out of the window, he's gone by. And he's gone by at speed. Wow, great. Let's hope we can keep that going. He's just been passed by the leader of the race. The distinctive rear lights, the BMW. That car's up to pace now. Now, can they keep it going? We've seen this for 2 or 3 laps. There's John Minshaw going through in his chase for GT4 honours for Ram Racing, down towards turn 1. The leader, Jose Garcia, in the 499, just getting up to speed on his outlap. He's just coming out of turn 11. So it's closed down, but it's not quite there. Now, what's the gap at the front of the field? Answer, Pierre Caffa has pulled it down to 34.5 seconds. 1:45.6 last time around for the leader, 1:44.9 for the chasing Phoenix Audi. Of course, the Ferrari, Indy Donchi, streaked across from my left to right. We're on driver's right, just beyond the start-finish line, next to where the podium is. That's where the commentary box is here. We're on the top floor of the pit building. So I get the odd flash of light going behind. We don't really have a view of the track, so it's massive thanks to those and camera operators. Class leaders on the right-hand side of the screen in orange. It's the GT categories in blue. TCE, which is only TCR this weekend, as it happens. And on the left-hand side of the screen, if you're watching our World TV feed, which is free, by the way, there's no blocks, available to everybody. We've got the whole field just scrolling gently backwards and forwards, so you can spot where your favourite is. Very red glowing brake discs for the Viper Nisa, still with the left-hand indicator on. Very surprised the team hasn't been on the radio to let the driver know. That is Gilbert Ang. I know I've said this a few times now, but I really just can't get my head around how much light there is inside that Viper Nisa car. It really is like it's been shot for a movie or a TV feature. It is so bright in there. I'm sitting in a pretty dimly lit commentary box, but obviously looking at screens. Got a little bit of light on here, but I like to keep as little as possible. But even when I look out into the darkness, my night vision is compromised by all the brightness. Contrast what the Viper Nisa car is with the Porsche of Red Camel Racing, which has barely anything on the lit up on the inside, and it's just the dimmest of screens. I think there's some problem from the left front of the 909. He's just gone past me, and the sparks coming off the front of the car. What's going on here? Is part of the front of the car trailing the ground? I think the right front is trailing the ground. We've still got that very red mark on the back of the car. What's going on for the class leader in 992? Definitely something sparking over the back of the car. It must be the right front catching the ground, or some part of the front catching the ground. Where are those sparks coming from? Yeah, it's coming from somewhere around the right front wheel. Big glow of red brake discs. I think they've got to bring that car in, haven't they? It's the skid plate on the right front edge of the front spoiler, the splitter. Evo has been out now for about 45 minutes. My worry would be what has caused that. Has there been a big curb strike? Not so bad as he comes through turn 15, because of course that is a right-hander. But anytime he runs wide or up to or over a curve, huge amount of sparks. Down the front straight, and again I can see it sparking as he goes past me down to the turn 1 braking area, down through the gearbox. Very minimalist dashboard, not even a full steering wheel there, it's more of a butterfly style, Batmobile style. The downshifts on the Porsche flat 6 engine echoing through the darkness. We know that they had some problem with a bit of damage on the rear bumper earlier on, which had caused the exhaust, we thought, to be moved. And that was causing an uneven heat distribution. So he comes down the inside of the Ram racing car, which has still got John Minshaw at the wheel, and that's still in second place in class. Didn't manage to catch Jose Garcia, but did get back on the lead lap. 44 seconds for John, behind the red and white 499, or red and black. So intriguing now as we're well into the darkness hours. And there's a pass again by the on the 499. So that was not for position, but Minshaw is the next car back, and all of a sudden the gap to the Lion Speed car is down to 12.5 seconds. So what happened to the Lion Speed car there? And now there's a spin for the 903, and that's the second place red and racing car in the 992 category. So a mistake by Sam de Jong, who was trying to get back on terms. Herbert Motorsport and Ralph Byrne has just put the best lap of that car's racing with a 1:44.8, as he's moved up to 7th place in the overall standing. So a bit of action going on out there, and Minshaw's gone past. Minshaw's gone past and retaken the lead. Jose Garcia, a very slow lap last time around, 2 minutes 16s. So Garcia must have had a problem. Now, is that 499 coming into the pits? Or has he got a problem with the car? He's down at turn 5 now. Minshaw has gone and driven away. So a change of leader in the GT4 category. Garcia has only been out there for 10 minutes, so he's in his opening stint, so maybe just taking it easy. But that last lap wasn't his out lap. 2:01 216 against a 158.5 for Ram Racing. So there'll be some joy for Dan Shufflebottom and the rest of the team. The 499 has served its penalty for the high beam in the refuelling area at its last pit stop. So that will have definitely costed some time in the pit lane, but they got out in front of Minshaw, and Minshaw's tracked them down. So Diana just telling me from the pits, the 909 are seeing the same sparks that we are. They do not know what the problem is in the Porsche. At the moment, it doesn't seem... Well, at least Evo's doing 52s at the moment, so they're clearly not too worried about the pace of that car, and they've got no idea what those sparks are that we're seeing as well.
No, they're all looking at the screen. I spoke quickly to Rick. They just said, look, at the moment we just don't know what it is, and a couple of team members went over to the pit wall just to look at the cars that came past. But there's no movement in the garage that they're going to do anything, so they're just watching to see how it plays out and trying to work out what it is.
It's Diana Binks down in the pit lane. Ken Goldberg's had a few laps, been out. Now the total for the 421 BMW is 31 laps, so they've added 10 laps since the last time I looked, but they're back in the pits again. Now the sparking seems to have stopped for the moment on the Jordan's Red Camel car as the 421 sadly goes back into the pit lane, into the garage, excuse me. Now, my worry about the non-sparking of the 909 is that they've worn through something at the front of the car, and therefore there's nothing left. As the guys at BMW go to work again. What a shift they've put in today. What a shift they've put in today. Well, Few, you're talking about the lights. A bright cockpit would be distracting unless I was taking desperate measures to stay awake. Even still, that has to destroy your night vision, thanks to Jerry. At RSL_studio. It's been an old trick of mine that my dad taught me when driving on unlit roads, that every so often you just glance to one side of the other, or the other of the car, where there is no light at all, not even any lights from your headlights. Just for a second, when it's safe to do so, when you're going straight, give it a big look one way or the other, and then back to where you're going, just to make sure your night vision. Human eyes are very bad when they aren't moving. They detect movement much better than looking at something for a long time. So keeping your eyes moving in the car in the night time as well is a good trick, or a good, not a trick, but an exercise to keep your eyes moving and refocusing and refocusing. Also, look where you want to go as well. That's the other thing. Look ahead, think ahead, drive ahead. We've all heard that one before. Equally important on the track as it is on the road. And also, we are led by our vision. So look across to where you want to go. Aim with your eyes to the apex of the corner, and you'll tend to follow that. It's an old motorcyclist trick as well. There's something in the road, if there's a manhole cover or a pothole that you don't want to hit, don't look at it. Look one side or the other. Gap at the front of the field. So I'll just wait for Pierre Caffer to come through. Here he comes onto the front straight now. And crosses the line. It's down to 31, call it 32 seconds. So he's not making massive inroads into Shane Lewis, who, despite being an hour into his stint, is holding off the incredibly quick Pierre Caffer. There's a bit of traffic for Caffer last time around. Shane just going out of turn 8 and down towards Craig Jones' corner. Caffer just heading down, finishing sector 1 and into the braking area for turn 5. Indy Donchi, the fastest of the front 3 last time around, but by fractions of a second. 45s and 46s for first and second, 45.3 for Indy Donchi in the WTM Racing Ferrari 488. Still that elusive 3 laps or so down on the leaders. Just gone across the line, in fact, there. 288 laps completed to the 291 of the leading pair. The gap now between Ram Racing and John Minshaw, who took the GT4 lead a couple of laps back now from Jose Garcia. Jose, another 2 minutes 17 laps, so that might just be his pace, and maybe Jose isn't as confident in the dark as some of the other drivers. So maybe that is just his pace. It seems to be pretty consistent. 2:17.9 last time around, 1:57.6 from John Minshaw. Jose been in the car about 20 minutes, 17.5 minutes. John Minshaw in the Ram GT4 AMG, 35 minutes. And he's waiting for the 499 to emerge over the top of the hill to my left. Now coming down to the dip. Can't quite see it there. Now rises up past the pit lane entrance and towards the start-finish line and the timing line. And as Jose Garcia goes through, right about now, all of a sudden that gap's grown to 1 minute and 20 seconds. In the 421 pit, BMW, Ken Goldberg brought it in for Team ACR Tangerine Associates. And they're looking again at wires. In fact, they're doing some testing. No, it's another throttle pedal. They've got another throttle pedal assembly down there. Jose Garcia then. Let's check in with him and see how he's doing down towards turn 5. Nice and smooth, turns in, down to second gear in the Audi. Moving across to the left, and as he did that, the Ferrari was coming through, so I had to modify his line through turn 6, now up to turn 7. He's getting to the apex, that's fine. Through the 2 parts of 7 and 8, now over the top of the brown down to Craig Jones' corner. Very, very tricky because your headlights are pointing to the sky for a while. Those cones on the inside of the corners is a genius idea by Creventic. They really do stand out, the reflective coverings on those road cones near the apices of the corners. Lestrup Racing, 7th in TCR. Problems earlier on for the number 110. It's Patrick Olofsson behind the wheel of that car at the moment. A little bit of time gained by Phoenix and Pierre Caffer on the leader. It's just under 30 seconds now. I would expect Shane Lewis to be coming in relatively shortly. He's had a an hour and 10 minutes, call it an hour and 11 minutes. I think that's a single stint, though, for Shane. In fact, as I say that, he pulls up next to Diana Binks.
Yes, he is. Shane's just come in for just a service stop. They're obviously changing the tyres. He will take on some fuel, but no driver change. Obviously, he'll be staying behind the wheel as the team go about their work here. Quite slick, as usual, as you'd expect GP racing down here in the pits. They've dropped it down onto the roads.
And as always, there's always at least one other driver there. And that looked pretty routine. He has lost the lead. Pierre Caffer went through, and Caffer already at the end of sector 1, down at turn 5. As the number 85 will turn hard right through the final garage and into the fueling area. If you are just joining us, welcome along, wherever you are in the world. Live and free. Official 24 hours feed on YouTube as well, on their channel. If you've got a smart TV, you can tune into that. Don't have to watch it on your computer or your phone. And wherever you're watching, you should not be paying for this. Creventic make it available absolutely free. Also on radio-show.co.uk, the portal for Radio Show Limited's selection of audio and visual channels. Been a busy weekend already. Thanks to Bruce Jones and Peter Snowden for their coverage of the Nürburgring Langstrecke Series earlier on today. Bruce will be back teaming up with Johnny Palmer tomorrow. Johnny's already done the qualifying from Monza. If you didn't hear that, busy doing other things today, particularly perhaps some of you, those of you on other time zones, then once we sign off at 1 AM Portuguese time, which is also the same time zone as the UK, of course, opportunity for you to listen to that again. And that's in about an hour and 15 minutes time when we take our break for the evening. We'll leave you with some pictures and some images, though, on boards and other cameras from around the circuit before Ben Constantiouris and Joe Bradley for the morning shift, the breakfast show, if you will. That'll be full light by then. Sun up is 22 minutes past 6 local time, and it is just 11:47 p.m. here. Well, the sparks have disappeared from Ivan Brücke's right front. So whatever it was has either worn away or fallen off. Hopefully not something important. Shane Lewis still in the fueling area. Expect to see the Phoenix Racing car coming in shortly. Pierre's been out there for about 50 minutes. So we are certainly in the window for that car. Pierre had trimmed the gap to just under 30 seconds before Shane pulled off into the pits. And a fastest lap of the race for that car for Phoenix Racing. So Pierre Caffer with the falling temperatures, the thicker air, a 1:44.304, outstanding. So there's pace out there if you can find a gap in the traffic. And Pierre Caffer, as the fuel is burning off, putting in some stunning laps here, trying to get through and trim some more from the lead of Shane Lewis and CP Racing. Now Shane went out again on a double. Shane's got about 50 minutes left to drive before he's in the 2 hour, in towards the 2 hour maximum in one go. Pierre with the Evo 2 version of the new Audi R8 LMS. (1:44.304), the fastest lap. Now, is that the fastest lap of anybody? I think it might be. Scanning down the GT cars, 1:44.7 from the Herberth car earlier on. 1:44.9 from the WTM Ferrari. I don't think anybody else is in the 44s, and there's not anybody else. So I think that's a new fastest overall lap of the race, 1:44.304. It's only come up the reason I'm questioning that, it's only come up in green on my screen rather than the magenta that you would normally expect to see. (44.304) then, the new best mark. Now Shane Lewis is out and running again, having completed his pit stop. And as the leader goes round turn 5, the 85 is exiting turn 8 in traffic. And in a gaggle of TCR cars there, with the Lestrup car right ahead of him, the 110 goes through and passes that between Craig Jones Turner and corner and the top of the hill at turn 10. Now he's got to get rid of the 159. The BBR TCR leader, which he has done. How long can Kaffer stay out? I would have thought he should be in relatively shortly. He's done 52 minutes. That's an all green flag run as well, of course. So somewhere just under or close to the hour. Maybe. What's he on? 53 minutes as he comes across the line. And here he comes now. Shane Lewis is down at turn 1. Kaffer goes through. Another fastest lap for him. 1:44.229 and an outright fastest sector 2 last lap around. So Pierre Kaffer putting on a bit of a clinic at the moment as he's burning the fuel off towards the end of his stint. However, he's got a pit stop coming. And I'm not sure he's got enough in hand to be able to hold the lead once he comes in for his stop. And the other question will be, as Ken Goldberg heading towards fuel for the 421. So a new accelerator pedal unit, throttle pedal unit put in to that car. Santalock have the fastest lap of the race, apparently. On a 1:43.939. Yes, they do. Thank you to the 24-hour series tweet feed. I hadn't gone all that way down. My apologies. 1:43.939 against a 44.2 last time around. For Kaffer. So Pierre is powered up. There he goes again, down towards turn 1. 47.4 last time. That was all traffic, so nothing to worry about. Turn 5 for Shane. Trying not to lose another lap here, Shane Lewis, that is, in the 85 AMG. How long can Kaffer stay out in that leading Phoenix Racing Audi? Still BBR Racing leading the TCE and the TCE division and the TCR class. Still the 159 car, Tana Sathari and Thurakal. Second for Wolf Power and Kalle Bergman. Third for Chiraya Nuya in the second of the BBR cars. Broik is still pushing on. That's Evo still behind the wheel there. 51 last time around. And the Red Ant Racing in second place. The 903's just made it stop. So Ivo Broikers can't be that far away. He's been out for an hour and 9. Waiting to see if the 421 comes back onto the track. Yes, it has. It's the BMW we've been keeping a weather eye on. Just going through turn 3 now. That looks up to pace, to be honest, on the tracker. Coming down to another hour completed in about 3.5 minutes' time. We'll give you a rundown of both of the divisions. So I reckon all 24 cars, no, 23 of 24, because we still haven't got the number 977 Porsche out, the ID racing car. That car's still showing on the pit lane. So 23 of the 22 of the 23 cars on the track. Another lap completed for the leader. Another quick lap at that. 46, so again, traffic affected. Had to go past the 421 and the BMW and the number 909. So a class leader and a car that's been struggling. Gilbert Ang coming out of turn 5 and through the kink at turn 6, excuse me, still with that left hand indicator on. That's very off-putting to those around. Well, for a moment there, everybody had a green mark next to them, so they'd all crossed the line within a lap of the leader. Before the leader came back round again, if that makes sense. So beautifully spread out around the track. King Goldberg on that out lap. That was another 21-minute stop. Must keep an eye on him. He's coming down to turn 5 now as the Viper Nisi car comes back onto the tabletop at the start finish line. If I can see that debris on the front straight there, I can't. So either it was just a bit of rubber and it was flicked away.
159 has just come in.
Thank you. That is the leader in TCR, and Diana is watching what looks to be a fairly standard stop time. Are they doing brakes on the front of that car?
Well, so I didn't see the driver jumped out, unfortunately, but the team are just preparing to take the wheels off, change those. It is a service stop. The other drivers jumped in really quickly, got comfortable behind the wheel, while the team go about doing the final tweaks.
It was Tanart Thathian Thirakul who brought the car in. It's down on the ground.
Yeah, it's down on the ground. There was a little, I don't know what happened at the end there, but I think they were trying to maybe change the ID tag. I think they put like a credit card up. I think that, is that a driver tag?
Sorry, did I say that again?
You know, when they're changing the driver ID, do they show, like, it looks like a little card to the windscreen?
No, normally you have just quite a simple dial inside, and but it might have said dial position 4. You know.
Yeah. it just wasn't clear to see.
Yeah.
But the 158 are getting ready to come in as well, and I expect that will be a usual stop and driver change.
Well, I reckon that the lead has changed in TCR then, with Kalle Bergman and Wolf Power Racing's Audi having gone through and taken the lead in that category. However, that car's got a pit stop coming as well. But not probably for another 20 minutes, to be honest. It's almost an hour and a half for those TCR cars, which is a bit of a shift for anybody, even though it's cooled down quite a lot. We're due our standings in a moment or two, but I think we're going to have the lead car in a second. CP Racing have just put a very good lap in, a 1:46.0. That's the fastest they've done it for a while. 1:49.101 for Red Ant Racing, Cobbe de Bruyke. That's that car's fastest lap of the race. So where Pierre Caffer was leading earlier on, others are following now and finding some pace. 1:59.997 for Ken Goldberg in the 421. Team ACP GT4 4th position BMW, and they've now completed 33 laps, but that is a competitive lap for them, under 2 minutes. Their best lap's only a 56.7, so Ken getting up to speed. He wasn't expecting to be driving right now, he was expecting to be driving in the middle of the afternoon. Let's check in on the leader, Pierre Caffer. Lead overall and in GT3 Pro-Am. I still think as Pierre Caffer is one of the bright young things in paddocks. It's hard to think that he's been around so long and has become actually one of the elder statesmen of endurance racing. What a career he's had. Great to see him still with the passion and the enthusiasm for the sport. Now coming through to the end of the lap. Team are sort of moderately ready. Caffer coming across the top of the skyline at turn 15, now diving down into the dip. He's not peeling off this time, I don't think. I don't see him coming into the pit lane. No, he's gone through. I wonder if we can quickly run through the standings before he comes in next time around. Might be worth doing that. Problem is, as soon as I start, I bet he comes in, so we'll wait a moment. Yeah, let's quickly rattle through the standings at 14 hours still to go. Starting with the GT. Pierre Caffer due a pit stop, and the question will be, can he get in and out before the 85 CP Racing car comes around? Back a lap or so, a couple of laps or so, WTM Racing's Ferrari. Then it's the first of the Porsche class cars. Great battle still going on between Red Camel and Red Ant. Herbert Motorsport have recovered to 7th in their division, and overall they are also 7th in the race. In the Herbert Motorsport number 91, and the top 8 made up by the number 710, the GTX leader, that's Leipert Motorsport. RD Sainz a second in that class. Ram Racing ahead on the road now, thanks to John Minshaw, who's been driving very nicely indeed. That's the GT4 leader ahead of Lion Speed, and pulling away from them at the moment with Jose Garcia. Not quite as confident of the night driving, but he's getting his time in. That's all part of the strategy. BMW with their concept car in 12th, Santaloc, Vortex, ID Racing still in the pits, and Team ACP have now got a couple of laps under their belt with a 58.9 last time around for Ken Goldberg, improving his time. In TCE, all TCR cars in this part of the race, top 7 led by Wolf Power Racing, the number 116, due to pit stops by the BPR number 158. And then it's the 159 car in second. That must be due a pit stop as well shortly. Let me just check across for that. Oh, have they just done one? They've just done one. And then that 158 car, the long-time leader, in third. AC Motorsports have their Audi in fourth. Fifth for the Viper Diesel Racing with the very bright interior lights. There's been problems earlier on for the number 106 Golf, the Set Sant Miles car, and the Lestrup Racing team also fighting back after problems with the 110 VW Golf. That's how it stands with 13 hours and 55 minutes to go. Pierre Caffer's just gone through again, and he's in the second half of the lap now at turn 11. And he's been out there for an hour and 6 minutes. This is a very good stint from the German driver. Shane Lewis with a 45 flat last time around, actually took a 1/10 of a second out of the leader as Indy Donchi comes into the pits from third place in the WTM Ferrari. It's a regular pit stop for him. I can't see that Caffer can hold on to the lead here, even with that flurry of fastest laps, or faster laps. He's brought that car's best down to 44.2, just 3/10 away from the overall fastest time of the race, set early on by the Santalot Racing team. That's still standing at a 43.9, 1 minute 43.9. Very quick wheel change for the Ferrari. And the Wochenspiegel machine. Wochenspiegel team Mannshow, WTM, going into fuel. No sign of Pierre Caffer coming in. He's toying with us, isn't he? Shane Lewis doing a cracking job not to lose another lap to Caffer. He's now settled into this stint. Pierre has been out for nearly an hour and 10 minutes. Diana is down by the Phoenix Racing Audi pit. Are they looking any more interested in doing some work here, Diana? This has been quite a long run from Pierre.
No, they're not ready for him to come in yet. I mean, they've got laid out ready outside the garage, but they're on their seats. They're not got helmets on as yet, and there's obviously not going to be any driver change. So no, he could be out for a little bit longer yet, John.
Very interesting. Thank you, Di. Diana Binks and John Hindhaugh for this part of our coverage. Got about another 50 minutes before we hand over to the night shift, which is just pictures for you. Full commentary resuming at 8 o'clock local time, which is 8 o'clock UK. That's 9 o'clock Central European time. If you're in the US at the moment, that'll be a very early start at 3 o'clock. Remember, the checkered flag is 2 AM local. It's 9 o'clock on the East Coast. It'll be Joe and Ben who are your early morning call in the UK. Shower of sparks again from a Porsche. No, that wasn't the Porsche. That's our leader with the shower of sparks. The 421 is going around at speed. Coming to the line now. This is the BMW that's had all kinds of electrical issues. And it's another lap completed for Ken Goldberg, another 59.9, so he's lapping solidly 57, 58, 59. So under 2 minutes. They'll be delighted with that. Well done, Ken. Well done, team. Lion Speed by Car Collection in. It's the car that was leading in GT4. Diana is there. Jose Garcia, I think he's getting out of that car. Clean of the windscreen. New set of wheels and tyres. Quite a bit of pickup on the right front there, but it's a brand new set of Hankook that's going on.
I'm actually up the other end of the pit lane, John. I was just checking to see what was going up on the far end. So
that's all right.
They're about halfway up from me, but yes, it looks like and also I think the 909 are getting ready to come in and be seen ahead of me.
And that's another class leader. But also in is Pierre Caffer. So his marathon stint has come to an end on that set of tyres. And very quick tyre change. Pierre staying in the car, got a new pressurised drink spot. That looked like one of the progressive systems from Brackley, just along the road from Silverstone down the A43. Dave and H, stalwarts of endurance racing. Never know where they're going to pop up. And Red Camel is in the pit lane. Good call. It was Leonard Weiss who took out the WTM Racing Ferrari, by the way. Ivo Breukers out of the Red Camel racing car. Caffer in fueling. There goes Shane Lewis back onto the lead lap. So next time by, Shane Lewis will take the lead. And I just can't see them being able to turn around that Caffer car quickly enough. Shane through the kink of turn 2. Long stop, very long stop for the Porsche that's leading the 992 class. That's new brakes going on that car. And not sure if they weren't quite prepared for it. The discs are off. Still waiting to see if Pierre Caffer starts to roll. Keeping an eye on the pit lane exit. Also watching to see where Shane Lewis is. He's caught the traffic nicely and he's got a fantastically clean circuit. He's at turn 9, Craig Jones corner. And the next car ahead of him is coming out of turn 15. And this is a real push lap for Shane Lewis. 47.4 last time around. He had to get through quite a lot of traffic, but now he's cleared that. He's into his second stint. He's got 25 minutes left before he has to come in. Still no sign of movement down at the fuel bay. So this is just time being taken. Remember, they are not fast fill race pumps. They are the pistol grip, exactly like you get at your local service station. Same sort of arrangement as you have at the Nürburgring on the pit lane. 499 just coming out of the fueling area. That's the Lion Speed by Car Collection. Jose Garcia, I'm pretty certain got out of that car. It is Daniel Miller who's taking it over. Pierre Caffer still waiting for the fuel to be finished. He gets the sign. He fires it up. I'll get down to the pit lane in just a second. Shane Lewis has gone through. Lewis already at turn 5, so that's going to be a decent lead for CP Racing. It was just on 30 seconds before they peeled off into the pit lane. We'll see what's happened after the 2 pit stops. Let's go down to Red Camel and to Ivo Breukers with the sparking front end of his car. Diana.
Ivo, you've had a second to catch your breath. Pretty good stint out there, but it seemed to be a few issues going on. We saw some sparking coming from the car and we couldn't understand what it was.
Yeah, in the beginning I think I was losing some power. I had the idea I could shift up much later. The red end was passing me in the straight, so I was concerned. Then I saw the sparks. I was concerned about the brakes. But then, yeah, I decided, okay, the brakes feel good. Let's focus on the driving. and the lap times went down. I felt confident, and yeah, I just focused on driving. And yeah, now we're changing the brakes, obviously. And it was tough, but I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it very much. It was one stage, I had so much traffic. I was overtaking the Vortex, and then I was thinking it still was behind me. So I think, oh, I don't want to have him in front of me again. So I started trying to pull away. And on half a lap, I figured out it was an Audi trying to pass me. So that, but not else, not really scary moments. Feels reasonably okay. The balance is a little bit better than before. And now I'm going to take a rest.
Well, that's the car going back out of track after that pit stop. But let me just ask you, you mentioned a minute ago, you were a bit worried about the brakes at one point when you saw the sparking. Did you have to take that moment just to sort of refocus and relax and feel comfortable?
Well, I knew they saw that there was still something on the pads and that we should be okay. So I laid my life in the hands of my mechanics and decided just to go for it. Of course, I was aware, feeling the brakes, if it's going to slide a little bit more or glazing. But it was not the case. The car got lighter and lighter and lighter, making it more easy to turn in at the brakes. So in the end, yeah, I'm here.
It's a very physical one this weekend, isn't it?
Yes, it is. It is. We are a group of friends. We have Fabian with us. We're really delighted to have him. Such a good teammate. No complaints, just how you do English word, just batting in. And yes, it's a big battle with Red End, of course. I suppose they have to change brakes once. I don't know where they are now, but we battle till the end. So we wish them good luck, and I'm sure they wish us also good luck.
And you can get some rest now.
Yes, I'm difficult to rest, but I will lay down, but keep a little eye on the timing screens.
Thanks, Eve.
Thank you, Diana.
Great stuff from Evo. I've got to say, he's a very ebullient personality always. You can tell he's been working hard there. The way he's speaking not in his first language, let's remember, and heavens to Betsy, I don't say I couldn't have done an interview in any other language. I can barely do one in English when I get out of a racing car. But he's clearly been working very hard mentally as well as physically, I would say, after that. That extra time to do the front brakes is going to cost them the lead of the race in the 992. Ayrton Redant has gone through to take the lead, where the Red Camel Jordan's NL entered car is sitting in fuel at the moment. So the 903, isn't it? Whereas its teammate, the 904, is in the pits at the moment. Now, Ayrton has only been in that car 25 minutes, so he's got the better part of an hour to still go there before we see their pit stop and what the situation is between those two cars. Still waiting for that 909 Red Camel Porsche to come back out. 20 minutes past midnight here at Portimao, and the Red Camel Porsche is rolling away from the petrol pumps back onto back through the garage and onto the pit lane, 40 kilometers an hour. And pit lane speed limit still engaged. And as they come out of the pit lane, I'll tell you, it's Rick Breukers behind the wheel of that 909. So Rick Broik is taking over the family car. And the gap between himself and Ayrton Redont. Actually, he's going to have to be a little bit careful he doesn't lose second here. Philippe Vils is in the 9:04. Is that one further lap behind, or is it two now? No, it's 6 laps back. That's my eyes on the timing screen. Beginning to struggle just a wee bit. Just over 13 and a half hours still to go. And so we're still an hour and a half away, hour and 40 minutes away from half distance. You know, you're kind of starting to break the back of the race when you're into the time when the catering is running their midnight snack menu, which started about 20 minutes ago. So Diana and I have the difficult decision to make. Peel off straight to the hotel.
They might have run out of midnight snack, John, by the time we get there.
I doubt it. It's 12 till 2, so we'll be about halfway through. So we've got a strategic decision of our own to make, Diana, about do we prioritise shut-eye over a midnight snack?
Well, I guess we've got to work out how long it's going to take us to go and get the snack, have the snack, get to the hotel, how much sleep we'd have.
Yeah, good point.
We have to come back, so we need to sort of plan the numbers.
We need Paul Trustwell to work this one out for us, don't we? That's the. What's the temperature like down there, Di? Because it was cooling down quite nicely when I stepped out when Joe and Ben were there, and I just stood and watched the cars go by for 15 minutes.
It's still quite warm. What's the temperature? What's the temperature now?
I didn't hear. Outside, around 30.
Wow.
About 30. He was confused. He was looking at me thinking, what is she saying? Yeah, it's about 30. It's quite muggy.
Oh, really?
Earlier, the wind sort of picked up ever so slightly, and it was quite nice. There's just no breeze now at all. It's just really mellow, so it's still quite hot. And a lot of the teams are obviously taking this opportunity to have a little bit of a break, close their eyes for 10 minutes, and just relax before the next round of stops.
What I did notice is the wind was a lot cooler. It was like having a hairdryer blow at you earlier on. Now at least
there's no hairdryer.
Except there's no hairdryer. Yes, it was a bit more pleasant.
I can actually see Joe Foster, who's getting ready to go out on the track, but I've just come into the garage, and Joe, I know you're getting ready to go out probably very soon, but we'll take the opportunity to have a bit of a chat. So you're having a seat. How are you? How happy are you? He's going to take his earpiece out first. Are you sort of satisfied with the strategy and how everything is running in this race for you so far?
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's kind of going back and forth based on who's when. We've had some good luck on some Code 60s and one bad luck, but in general, they've gone our way so far. So that's kind of keeping us where we are at the moment.
Joe, I know we've talked about lots of things and we often talk to you during the race, but what is it in your opinion that makes a good sports car driver?
Oh, wow, okay. Honestly, it's being kind to the equipment and getting the pace out of it and figuring out how to get not necessarily the single best lap, but the best average green flag lap over a stint, depending on what the temperature is, or the weather, and all that.
And how important is it to have a really good crew as well?
Well, obviously, it's everything, because they bake the cake, we just get to eat it. So we have some very good cooks here, so we're very, very blessed with all of the team engineers that we have.
John and I were just talking about the sort of temperature. We expected it to be a bit cooler by now, but it just doesn't seem to be.
No, it is. It's warm still, and so we're definitely driving the car and managing the tires, assuming it's still warm. But that's the same for everybody.
Are you enjoying the race?
Oh, absolutely. This is a fantastic circuit, fantastic series, so we're definitely enjoying it.
Joe, I'll let you get ready for your next there. Thanks ever so much for having a chat.
Yeah, that car needs to come in within the next 10 minutes or so because Shane is running out of stint time. He's done 1 hour and 48 minutes. The maximum is 2 hours in one go. Now that isn't. I mean, he's been into the pits part way through that, but he can't do more than 2 hours consecutively. That is one of the regulations in Hankook 24-hour racing. Alan Prosser is just... I think he may have surpassed himself with this one. I briefly saw this picture of the disc that came off the front of the 909 red camel car. The disc actually looks in pretty good nick. I think there was a little less meat on the pads than they might have liked, but there is literally a glove mark welded to the disc where that came off the car, where the mechanic, it's a Brembo ventilated disc on the front of that car, where the mechanic with his heat-resistant glove put his hand over the top of it. And there's also a little mark where the pads were starting, when the car was standing still, the pads were starting to bind on as well. Wow. And the team member was banging his hands together, and he just put down that hot brake disc. And his gloves, heat-resistant gloves, were actually on fire when he put that down, and before they let the car go. Great stuff, Alan. Magnificent screen grabs ever by the brilliantly named Lanzarote Camel. Got about half an hour to go. And before we turn over to the night coverage, still the indicator going on the Viper Niza. Let's just see the little LED above the driver's right hand on the dashboard. Just to the right of the digital rev counter. Not sure why they haven't turned that off. Maybe they haven't got radio communication. Oops, just buzzing the motor on the downshift there. Up into the red. That's that car at the moment. That is the 165, isn't it, with Gilbert at the wheel, 15th position. It's coming down to the final corner, that car. Another car sparking out there, and it's another Porsche. Is that another Porsche? No, it's not. Oh, that's not good. This is the Audi, the GT4, the 499 car. This is the Lightspeed car battling for the lead. And Daniel Miller, I think the exhaust's on fire. The exhaust is on fire. They're blowing out parts of the exhaust, or there's something dragging underneath. It may be part of the exhaust baffles, the muffler underneath the back of the car. But there's definitely sparks coming out from there. It was, again, the left-hand side of the car. We saw this earlier. Now, the team will be seeing this as well. Was it just the silencer box? Or was it some of the material from the silencer box being blown out in the exhaust? You see it coming out of the underneath part of the car. Coming round to the start-finish line now. Passes my commentary box. Didn't look too bad there, but as it starts oscillating down towards turn one, do we get those sparks again? Very, very bright lights. It's the left-hand side, so he's gone through the right-hander. Yes, we are getting a bit more sparks at the end of the front straight. Has he picked something up that's underneath the car? Very, very odd. Oh, I smell a bit of burning, actually. Just drifting into the booth. Well, that is something that we'll have to keep an eye on. This is the car that's been battling with the Ram racing car, but they've dropped quite a bit of ground. John Minshaw doing a cracking job, lapping in the mid 56s through 57s. Jose Garcia was well over 2 minutes, but it's not his job to go any faster than that in that car, so no criticism implied at all there, actual or implied. Little blue flames just coming out the back of that Audi number 499, the Lion Speed car by Car Collection. Almost like he's got afterburners turned on. Little Bunsen burner sort of colour from there. Lovely to do a bit of creme brulee, but I'm not sure it's doing the back of the car any good. Another car that's got glowing brake discs at the back of the car, so maybe with the brake bias just set a little bit further back. Nowhere near as what we saw, as much as what we saw earlier on. Shane Lewis just gone past the start-finish line. Well, let's see what the gap is, because that was the other thing that I wanted to check. Pierre Caffer coming to the line now. It was just under, remember, just under 30 seconds before the stops. There's Pierre going through now. Still, it was nearly 40 seconds. And Pierre lapping to the 10th, the same as Shane last time around. So really smart work by CP. And even with that burst of speed by Pierre, hasn't managed to really close down that much. As I say, it was before the CP racing car pulled off at the end of the stint. It was 29.5 seconds, now 38. That's interesting then, isn't it? So is Shane quicker at the beginning of the stint and Pierre stronger at the end? Both of these drivers will have to get out. Shane's going to have to pit any time now. He's only got 5 minutes left. Now there's been a bit of an incident between the leader and the number 720, the Lamborghini of Paulius Pasavicius, the RD Sainz car. That's the second place GTX leader. That car's just going to cross the line. Doesn't seem to have held up Shane at all. I think he'd probably peel off this time around. He's just started another lap. He's on his way down the hill to the Torres VIP hairpin at turn 5. And last time around, Shane really getting a wiggle on a 1:44.754. Knows that he doesn't have to hold on to those Hankooks now. So a stint and a half or thereabouts, and almost a full 2 hours for Shane. Shane Lewis then, CP Racing. See if he peels off into the pits this time around. Just through Craig Jones' corner now, climbing up towards turn 10. The distinctive glow underneath the driver's door, that is where the exhausts are on the number 85, the AMG GT3. And we have seen in the past, they have to be kept clean. You get a bit of rubber in there, it can overheat and cause a fire. So the team will be checking that. That 3/4 moon hanging over us here. Gibeus moon hanging over us here at Portimao. Now let's see if Shea comes in at the pit lane this time. He does not. Really pushing it here. 57, and it's a 1:45.8 last time around. What they cannot afford now is a code 60. Phoenix Racing and Pierre Caffer coming to the line in a moment. Where is he? Just coming out of turn 15. I've actually stood up now to see these cars go by. Start-finish line just a wee bit to my left. There goes Pierre, 36.7. Took a second or so in the last couple of laps. But Lewis has got to come in this time. There's not time for another lap after this one. So they're really pushing this one to the max. Shane's done a cracking stint and a half. Got fresh tyres when he was last in the pits, and he's obviously using them up. Joe Foster standing by, ready to go in. So he will come in this time around. .44.433 last time around from Pierre with a relatively heavy car is not hanging around. Out of turn 14 then for the number 85. Shane Lewis will be hovering his thumb over the top of the pit lane speed limiter and taking it right up to the line. Joe, calm, cool, ready to get in. Just talking through, he's got his hands, seat in hand. Lights flashing on the pit lane speed limiter. Shane will be on the radio saying, I'm in the lane, I'm in the lane. Car chief will be saying, don't forget your belts. New set of Hankooks, and I mean a brand new set going on there. Shane getting out of the car. That was a cracking stint from Shane, Diana, but they pushed that right up to the 2-hour mark.
They certainly did, John. They were waiting here, very calmly waiting on Shane to come in, and you called it just right, saying, you know, they're nearly out of time, but they're not panicking at all. They're just doing their stop. Shane's doing up the belts and now shutting the door for Joe as he fires up, and he's just been counted out so that he's got a clear exit from that pit lane, and off he goes. Once Shane's had a second to just catch his breath after that fabulous stint. He looks very happy, hands are in the air, he's acknowledging the crew here in the pit lane. We'll have a chat with him, hopefully, before he gets in the pool.
Yeah, there was an incident there between Shane and the number 720, the RD Signs Lamborghini. So we need to find out what happened there. The good news is there's no further action, so not sure whose fault Shane might think it is, but there's no penalty being applied to that. He's given everything in the last 2 hours, Shane Lewis. And man, what a competitor. And he was clearly very pumped up, Diana, as he got out the car.
He is, and he's coming to chat to me now.
He looks ridiculously fresh, ridiculously fresh.
He's just having a drink, which he's truly deserved, I reckon. That's a whole bottle in one. You're looking very refreshed, it has to say, but that was a fantastic stint and a half.
Thank you. As you probably saw when I was limping a little bit. I'm pressing on the brake pedal as hard as I can. We kind of made some brake bias changes to try to save brakes. We're going through front brakes a little more than we want to. So I had to dial a little bit more to the rear and take some more finesse. But the old body's still with us. We're doing pretty good.
You're doing really well. Now look, you had a bit of an incident out there in the last, I think it was a couple of laps ago, you had an incident with another car. Did you recall that?
No, he asked me if someone was a Lamborghini, and we ran real clean with each other, so I'm not sure what somebody else saw, but no, everything was good.
You weren't sure if you'd had an incident or you were just having a dice with the Lamborghini?
Oh no, just a Lamborghini, you know. Some of the guys I know in there, some I don't, so I'm always very careful of who's in the cars, being really careful, and he left a big wide berth for me. I dove underneath, we tucked back in, and just kept driving like you're supposed to. So whoever was in the car did a top-notch job.
What is it like out there at night time like this? I know we've talked to you about this before, but as it gets to this point, it's been incredibly hot. You're working really hard behind the wheel, as you said. It's a big braking circuit, this one. How do you keep your focus, manage the traffic, and just keep going on the road?
Well, first thing is when the temperatures come down, the tire's getting better. And any time that I can lean on the tire a little bit more, even at nighttime where you might not have the visual cues that you'd like to, you know that you can kind of dig a little deeper in there. So the Hankook's working really super well. If you notice, nobody's had any issues here. It was kind of in the beginning, I think people were running on the curbs pretty hard. Here at nighttime, I'm still staying off the curbs, trying to stay within track limits. Hard to go the pace we're doing, you know, because at nighttime, like you say, seeing where you're going and what you're doing, it's tough. The outside of 1, like, it's dark there. You can see the inside apex curving, but from then out in the, you know, some of these blind corners, it's dark. So just some of it, you know, you just kind of playing it by feel.
Well, I'll let you get some rest. I think it's well deserved, but obviously, team is always doing a super job.
Yeah, they're doing a great job. We just, like I said, we got to take care of those, take care of the brakes, and let these guys go pound it out for a while. I'm going to go hit the pool. All right.
Enjoy.
Thank you.
Still haven't seen you in the pool, Di. Still haven't seen you in the pool.
It's getting close.
Cracking battle. Thank you, Diana Binks there at CP Racing. Cracking battle that Shane had there with Shane Lewis had there with the number 18 car. One of the things I love about endurance racing, depending where they were through their stints, they were either 30, 40 seconds apart or a couple of laps apart. But they were trading tenths of seconds here and there. And actually, I think CP have actually, they've certainly held on to the advantage that they had. Now, Pierre has got about 20 minutes before he's got to get out the car. So, once Joe gets up to speed, and we'll see who gets into the Phoenix car, and we should be able to maybe just see that before we go off at 1 o'clock. But there's another phase starting between those two cars. So you had Shane and Pierre overlapping. Pierre now has a 20-minute window where he should be faster than Joe Foster, but how much faster? Is he going to be able to close that 40-second deficit that they had when they get back on the next pit stop cycle? A really, really interesting part of the race, this. Still 22 of the 23 cars running, and starting to get into the rhythm of the race now. Really broken up by those punctures earlier on, people abusing the Hankook tyres on the curbs and off the circuit. At RSL_studio for our last 20 minutes or so. Leipert's Lamborghini GTX back out into the darkness. They've just lost the lead of GTX to the RD Sainz Lamborghini. They're about 40 minutes off strategy with the number 720 car. So the 710 just back out. Caron Lee driving that car, and it's Paulius Pascavicius in the RD Sainz 720, so they're back in the lead there at 720. Leonard Weiss, 146.5 last time around. That's very competitive. Now Joe Foster getting up to speed. Last lap included part of the pit stop, so there's a 6:17 on there. Certain that Joe wasn't off the circuit, so that was his first lap out of the pits. Good long run. 4 code 60s that we've had for just over 52 minutes. And we've had, in the race so far, at the front of the field, Phoenix CP are the only two teams that have led the race overall, and of their drivers, Pierre, Elia, Sven have led for Phoenix, and Shane, Charles Esplanade, Charles Putman, Joe Foster have led. So all of the CP racing drivers have clocked up a lap in the lead. Huge lead at the start of the race, where Pierre Caffa led the first 112 laps. Leave changes have we had? The 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, I'll look at the column. 13 lead changes between those two cars. No penalties overhanging anybody at the moment either now. Just over 13 hours to go. And last time around, Ken Goldberger 58.8. Patrick Olofsson did a 58.9 for Lestrup Racing Team. That's his personal best in that car. So there is still time to be made out there. Great to see the 421 now at 56 laps. Olofsson with a bit of clear track ahead of him for Lestrup. That's another car that was delayed early on. But the team very much with the never say die attitude. Car back out there and now running very nicely indeed. Just looking at some of the gaps here. It's a minute between first and second in GTX. Paulius Pascavicius for RD Sainz in the 720 and Karong Lee for Leipert, the two Lamborghinis battling it out for GTX. The BMW M4 GT4 concept, it's a pretty quick lap actually. 51.4 that car's done, which is quicker than the two Lambos. Diana, you about ready to sign off from the pit lane there?
Yes, I think I am. Walked up the other end of the pit lane just to check, and all's sort of fairly quiet as you'd expect at this time of night. Teams are obviously engineers, and the people that make the decisions on strategy are at their desks, headsets on, looking at all of the data, looking to see what they need to do and if anything's happening. We're all busy with that, but the other team members are taking that moment just to sort of rest and recuperate. So
I take it, Di, that there's nothing happening at the 977 ID Racing Porsche pit, the Gunnar Jeanette team pit.
No.
So there's nobody in that pit. I mean, that car's been in.
I did go in there about 5 hours ago. Well, it must have been 4 or 5 hours ago now. And they were trying to get parts. Now I said to them, "Where are you getting the parts?" And the mechanic I spoke to said he wasn't sure, but everyone had gone off to see what they could do. But they clearly haven't been able to get what they need because the car's just been up on the jacks.
Yeah,
then.
That was a gearbox actuator and a gearbox compressor issue for that car that didn't like the heat. Yeah, it was still running well. And we had all the 992 category cars running together. Well, get yourself back up here, Di, and start getting your stuff together. See you in a few moments. And the brakes then down in the pit lane. And we should also say a very big thank you to our RF cameraman, Seb, down there, as he is now always going to be known, Das Pit Machine, who is working very hard indeed for us, as are all of our Seb. So thank you, Seb. That's the back of it broken for the coverage from the pit lane. Great character. Loves his motorsport as well. And as I said earlier on, we've almost had to protect him from himself. He wants to do, no, I don't need to take a break. No, honestly, you do. It's 42 degrees out there, Seb. Please step away for a few minutes and get in some aircon, grab yourself some food. So Pierre Caffert leading. Let's run down the full field for you. And I know it's difficult in the darkness for our camera operators and for our producers and directors, but let's have a little word about, see if we can pick up most of the cars that are out there and give them their due deserts before we sign off in about 9 minutes' time. So Pierre Caffert back at the wheel of the Phoenix racing car. He's got 13 minutes before he has to come in down the pit lane, coming out of the, coming through the final corner and across the start-finish line. Let's take a look at the standings, actually, as we're heading towards the end of another hour at 1 o'clock in the morning. So confirming then, Phoenix Racing leading by 2.5 laps. Call it 3 laps, actually, is Joe Foster still to come around. But that's going to change around in about 10 minutes' time when Pierre Caffert has to get out of that car. It's been Sven Herberger who's normally followed Pierre. Will that continue through the night? Not sure about that, tactically. Another couple of laps further back, actually another 1 lap further back, is Leonid Weiss in the 22. Just going down to turn 5 now, that number 22 car. So he's actually in between first and second, but scored 3rd at the moment. You'll understand that because they're a further lap back. The top of the 992 category, swinging between the 903 of Red Ant Racing and the 909 of Red Camel Jordan's Racing. Brake pad change at the front of the 909 was done at their last stop, which was to install Rick Breukers. That was just over half an hour ago, 33 minutes ago when that happened. Slightly longer stop than normal, and that means the Red Ant Racing car has gone through and now leads with Ayrton Red Ant at the wheel by 51 seconds. But Rick taking time every lap out of that lead. In 3rd in that class is the other Red Ant Racing car. That's the 904. Herbert Motorsport had horrible problems earlier on when they had a right rear puncture, one of a number earlier on, which we think the causes were going off the track for a number of different cars. And we've had no repeat of that for quite some hours now. And it was Alfred Renard who was behind the wheel and couldn't get the car back, so then it had to be craned back, lost 20 laps. They've made a couple of laps back, so that's still a quick car. How much further up the field they'll get in the next 13 hours or so, not sure. It is the 720 RD Sainz Lamborghini, the Sillalai racing team, who leads GTX in 8th position in the GT category. Just 1 place ahead of the car that they're racing, the Leipert Motorsport number 710. And again, they are split up by about 40 minutes in their pit strategy. Paulius Pazovicius, who's in the 720, he's just done a 1:48.6. That's that car's fastest lap of the race. So not quite happy hour here because it's dark, but my goodness, there's pace out there. Leading GT4 Ram Racing. Now this happened about an hour and a half or so, a little bit more ago, the change here. Jose Garcia was in the car doing some of his time, and John Minshaw was racing against. A bit of an unequal task that, but John had to make the most of that time, and he did. And they've now taken the lead. The 405 leads in the GT4 category for Ram Racing and has just over a minute over Lion Speed. No, that's not true, actually. It's a bit more than that now. But they're trying to fight back with Daniel Miller, who is 1:59. It's Phil Keane, though, that the Ram Racing's plugged in. So he is trying to stretch that lead. Behind them, BMW with their concept car, running in GTX. Santalot Racing had loads of problems earlier on, but they've been running pretty cleanly now for quite some time. And by the way, Neil Verhagen's just got out of the BMW M Motorsport GTX car. The Vortex, fingers crossed, not seeing too much about the orange car. They had some issues earlier on with some crash damage to look after as well. The only car that's not still running, and Diana was just reminding us about this, gearbox actuator problems for the 977 ID Racing and Rabdan Motorsport car. That's the Gunnar Jeanette PJI and James Gouet and Marco Signoretti machine, the all North American crewed car. And that car has been in the pits now for over 6 hours. In 16th position and running 23rd, but running, Ken Goldberg's having a great time out in the darkness. He's more than doubled the laps completed in his stint since we got that car going again. When I say we, I'm talking about the collective thought process to think positive thoughts for Team ACP. So that's your GTs. To rattle through the TCEs, BBR and the 159 car leading, and by the way, they're up to 10th position overall for that Cupra. Kantasak Kusiri leading from Wolf Power in second position, who are just over a lap behind in the 116. It's Yves Valles behind the wheel of that. And then Munkong Sathian Hikarul for BBR, and the newer of the two cars, the 158. Now he is another couple of laps further back. Then it's AC Motorsports Viper Nisa Racing, the highly unlucky 700 miles, or as it's a French team, Ben tells me I have to call it 700 miles. That car for running again, the 106, and it's Bruno De Rossi behind the wheel of that car. Lestrup had their problems earlier on. They refused to give up, and although they are about 30 laps, 28 laps down on the French squad ahead of them, Patrick Olofsson has been putting in some very quick times indeed. So that's how it stands. We are just on 1 hour away from half distance. So thank you first of all to all of our camera operators and all of the production staff, to our marshals and rescue crews as well, of course, and to you for watching and listening. So you have a choice now. You can carry on watching the pictures from the onboards and some of the cameras around the circuit. You can go and start a barbecue if it's that time of the afternoon and you're off to the west. You can go to bed and get some sleep. But let me remind you that we'll be back at 8 o'clock in the morning. That is 7 hours from now, with Ben and Joe and some daylight to bring you up with what's gone on overnight, If you want to leave the pictures on and listen to some other motorsport, may I recommend that you stay listening to RS1 via radio-show.co.uk. Leave the pictures on here and listen to Johnny Palmer, who'll take you through qualifying for the WEC at Monza, which is what we'll play on RS1 before we restart the audio portion again at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. And I don't know what happened there, by the way, so that's what I'm going to be listening to on the drive back to the hotel. It's been a cracking first 11 hours of the race. Thank you to Joe Bradley and to Ben Constanduris, also to Diana Binks, and thank you for your time and your very kind comments and everything that you've sent in via Twitter, wherever you've been watching and listening around the world. Thanks a lot, and don't forget, we will take you through the checkered flag from 8 o'clock local time, which is the same as UK time, tomorrow morning. For everybody here in Portimao, for this portion of the show, I'm John Hindhaugh. Have a peaceful evening. We'll see you at 8 in the morning with Ben and Joe. Good night, God bless.